Contents of Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Gilbert. Autobiography by John Stuart Mill. Contents. Chapter 1, 1806-1819. Childhood and Early Education. Chapter 2, 1813-1821. Moral Influences in Early Youth. My Father's Character and Opinions. Chapter 3, 1821-1823. Last Stage of Education and First of Self-Education. Chapter 4, 1823-1828. Youthful Propagandism. The Westminster Review. Chapter 5, 1826-1832. A Crisis in My Mental History, One Stage Onward. Chapter 6, 1830-1840. Commencement of the most valuable friendship of my life, my father's death, writings and other proceedings up to 1840. Chapter 7, 1840-1870. General view of the remainder of my life. Completion of the System of Logic. Publication of the Principles of Political Economy. Marriage. Retirement from the India House. Publication of Liberty. Considerations on Representative Government. Civil War in America. Examination of Sir William Hamilton's philosophy. Parliamentary life. Remainder of my life. End of contents. Recording by Gary Gilbert, Wheaton, Illinois. Chapter 1, Part 1 of Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Gilbert. Autobiography by John Stuart Mill. Chapter 1, Part 1, Childhood and Early Education. It seems proper that I should prefix to the following biographical sketch some mention of the reasons which have made me think it desirable that I should leave behind me such a memorial of so uneventful a life as mine. I do not for a moment imagine that any part of what I have to relate can be interesting to the public as a narrative, or as being connected with myself. But I have thought that in an age in which education and its improvements are the subject of more, if not of profounder, study than at any former period of English history, it may be useful that there should be some record of an education which was unusual and remarkable, and which, whatever else it may have done, has proved how much more than is commonly supposed may be taught, and well taught, in those early years which, in the common modes of what is called instruction, are little better than wasted. It has also seemed to me that in an age of transition in opinions, there may be somewhat both of interest and of benefit in noting the successive phases of my mind, which was always pressing forward, equally ready to learn and to unlearn, either from its own thoughts or from those of others. But a motive which weighs more with me than either of these is a desire to make acknowledgment of the debts which my intellectual and moral development owes to other persons, some of them of recognized eminence, others less well known than they deserve to be, and the one to whom most of all is due, one whom the world had no opportunity of knowing. The reader whom these things do not interest has only himself to blame if he reads further, and I do not desire any other indulgence from him than that of bearing in mind that for him these pages were not written. I was born in London on the 20th of May, 1806, and was the eldest son of James Mill, the author of the History of British India. My father, the son of a petty tradesman and, I believe, small farmer, at Northwater Bridge, in the county of Angus, was, when a boy, recommended by his abilities to the notice of Sir John Stuart of Fettercairn, one of the barons of the Exchequer in Scotland, and was, in consequence, sent to the University of Edinburgh, at the expense of a fund established by Lady Jane Stuart, the wife of Sir John Stuart, and some other ladies, for educating young men for the Scottish Church. He there went through the usual course of study, and was licensed as a preacher, but never following the profession, having satisfied himself that he could not believe the doctrine of that or any other church. For a few years he was a private tutor in various families in Scotland, among others that of the Marquis of Tweeddale, but ended by taking up his residence in London. He devoted himself to authorship, nor had he any other means of support until 1819, when he obtained an appointment in the India House. In this period of my father's life there are two things which it is very impossible not to be struck with. One of them, unfortunately, a very common circumstance, the other a most uncommon one. The first is, that in his position, with no resources but the precarious one of writing in periodicals, he married and had a large family, conduct that which nothing could be more opposed, both as a matter of good sense and of duty, to the opinions which, at least at a later period of his life, he strenuously upheld. The other circumstance is the extraordinary energy which was required to lead the life he led, with the disadvantages under which he laboured from the first, and with those which he brought upon himself by his marriage. It would have been no small thing had he done no more than to support himself and his family during so many years of writing, without ever being in debt, or in any pecuniary difficulty, holding as he did opinions, both in politics and in religion, which are more odious to all persons of influence, and to the common run of prosperous Englishmen in that generation than either before or since. And being not only a man whom nothing would have induced to write against his convictions, but only who invariably threw into everything he wrote as much of his convictions as he thought the circumstances would in any way permit, being, it must also be said, one who never did anything negligently, never undertook any task, literary or other, on which he did not conscientiously bestow all the labour necessary for performing it adequately, but he, with these burdens on him, planned, commenced, and completed the History of India, and this in the course of a short 10 years, a shorter time than has been occupied, even by writers who had no other employment, in the production of almost any other historical work of equal bulk, and of anything approaching to the same amount of reading and research. And to this is to be added, that during the whole period a considerable part of almost every day was employed in the instruction of his children. In the case of one of whom, myself, he exerted an amount of labour, care, and perseverance, rarely, if ever, employed for a similar purpose, in endeavouring to give, according to his own conception, the highest order of intellectual education. A man who, in his own practice, so vigorously acted up to the principles of losing no time, was likely to adhere to the same rule in the instruction of his pupil. I have no remembrance of the time when I began to learn Greek. I have been told that it was when I was 3 years old. My earliest recollection on the subject is that of committing to memory what my father termed vocables, being lists of common Greek words and their significance in English, which he wrote out for me on cards of grammar. Until some years later I learnt no more than the inflections of the nouns and verbs, but after a course of vocables proceeded at once to translation, and I faintly remember going through Aesop's Fables. The first Greek book which I read, the Anabasis, which I remember better, was the second. I learned no Latin until my 8th year. At that time I had read, under my father's tuition, a number of Greek prose authors, among whom I remember the whole of Herodotus and of Xenophon's Cyropaedia, and Memorials of Socrates, some of the Lives of the Philosophers by Diogenes Laertius, part of Lucan, and Isocrates ad Dominicum and ad Nicolaeum. I also read in 1813 the first 6 dialogues in the common arrangement of Plato, from the Euthyphron to the Theocritus inclusive, which last dialogue I ventured to think would have been better omitted, as it was totally impossible I should understand it. But my father, in all his teaching, demanded of me not only the utmost that I could do, but much that I could by no possibility have done. What he was himself willing to undergo for the sake of my instruction may be judged from the fact that I went through the whole process of preparing my Greek lessons in the same room and at the same table at which he was writing. And as in those days Greek and English lexicons were not, and I could make no more use of a Greek and Latin lexicon than could be made without having yet begun to learn Latin, I was forced to have recourse to him for the meaning of every word which I did not know. This incessant interruption he, one of the most impatient of men, submitted to, and wrote under that interruption several volumes of his history and all else that he had to write during those years. The only thing besides Greek that I learnt as a lesson in this part of my childhood was arithmetic. This also my father taught me. It was the task of the evenings, and I well remember its disagreeableness. But the lessons were only a part of the daily instruction I received. Much of it consisted in the books I read by myself, and my father's discourses to me, chiefly during our walks. From 1810 to the end of 1813 we were living in Newington Green, then an almost rustic neighbourhood. My father's health required considerable and constant exercise, and he walked habitually before breakfast, generally in the green lanes towards Hornsey. In these walks I always accompanied him, and with my earliest recollections of green fields and wild flowers is mingled that of the account I gave him daily of what I had read the day before. To the best of my remembrance, this was a voluntary rather than a prescribed exercise. I made notes on slips of paper while reading, and from these, in the morning walks, I told the story to him, for the books were chiefly histories, of which I read in this manner a great number: Robinson's Histories, Hume, Gibbon, but my greatest delight, then and for long afterward, was Watson's Philip II and III, the heroic defence of the Knights of Malta against the Turks, and of the revolted provinces of the Netherlands against Spain, excited in me an intense and lasting interest. Next to Watson, my favourite historical reading was Brooke's History of Rome. Of Greece I had seen at that time no regular history except school abridgments, and the last 2 or 3 volumes of a translation of Rollin's Ancient History, beginning with Philip of Macedon. But I read with great delight Langhorne's translation of Plutarch in English history, beyond the time at which Hume leaves off. I remember reading Burnet's History of his own time, though I cared little for anything in it except the wars and battles, and the historical part of the Annual Register. From the beginning to about 1788 were the volumes my father borrowed for me from Mr. Bentham left off. I felt a lively interest in Frederick of Prussia during his difficulties, and in Paoli, the Corsican patriot. But when I came to the American War, I took my part like a child as I was, until set right by my father, on the wrong side, because it was called the English side. In these frequent talks about the books I read, he used, as opportunity offered, to give me explanations and ideas respecting civilization, government, morality, which he required me afterward to restate to him in my own words. And he also made me read and give him a verbal account of many books which would not have interested me sufficiently to induce me to read them of myself. Among others, Miller's Historical View of the English Government, a book of great merit for its time, and which he highly valued; Mosheim's Ecclesiastical History; Macree's Life of John Knox, and even Sewell and Rutty's Histories of the Quakers. He was fond of putting into my hands books which exhibited men of energy and resource in unusual circumstances, struggling against difficulties and overcoming them, of which works I remember Beaver's African Memoranda, and Collins' Account of the First Settlement of New South Wales. Two books which I never wearied of reading were Anson's Voyages, so delightful to most young persons, and a collection, Hawkesworth's, I believe, of Voyages round the World, in 4 volumes, beginning with Drake and ending with Cook, in Bougainville. Of children's books, any more than of playthings, I had scantly any, except an occasional gift from a relation or acquaintance. Among those I had, Robinson Crusoe was preeminent, and continued to delight me through all my boyhood. It was no part, however, of my father's system to exclude books of amusement, though he allowed them very sparingly. Of such books he possessed at that time next to none, but he borrowed several for me. Those which I remember are the Arabian Nights, Cazotti's Arabian Tales, Don Quixote, Miss Edgeworth's Popular Tales, and a book of some reputation in its way, Brooke's Fool of Quality. In my 8th year I commenced learning Latin, in conjunction with a younger sister, to whom I taught it as I went on, and who afterward repeated the lessons to my father. From this time, other sisters and brothers being successively added as pupils, a considerable part of my day's work consisted of this preparatory teaching. It was a part which I greatly disliked, the more so as I was held responsible for the lessons of my pupils, in almost as full a sense as for my own. I, however, derived from this discipline the great advantage of learning more thoroughly and retaining more lastingly the things which I was set to teach. Perhaps, too, the practice it afforded in explaining difficulties to others may even at that age have been useful. In other respects, the experience of my boyhood is not favourable to the plan of teaching children by means of one another. The teaching, I am sure, is very inefficient as teaching, and I well know that the relation between the teacher and taught is not a good moral discipline to either. I went in this manner through the Latin grammar, and a considerable part of Cornelius Nepos and Caesar's Commentaries, but afterward added to the superintendence of these lessons much longer ones of my own. In the same year in which I began Latin, I made my first commencement in the Greek poets with the Iliad. After I had made some progress in this, my father put Pope's translation into my hands. It was the first English verse I had cared to read, and it became one of the books in which for many years I most delighted. I think I must have read it from 20 to 30 times through. I should not have thought it worth while to mention a taste apparently so natural to boyhood, if I had not, as I think, observed that the keen enjoyment of this brilliant specimen of narrative and versification is not so universal with boys as I should have expected, both a priori and from my individual experience. Soon after this time I commenced Euclid, and somewhat later algebra, still under my father's tuition.
From my 8th to my 12th year, the Latin books which I remember reading were the Bucolics of Virgil and the first 6 books of the Aeneid, all Horace except the epochs, the Fables of Phaedrus, the first 5 books of Livy, to which my love of the subject I voluntarily added, in my spare hours of leisure, the remainder of the first decade. All Sallust, a considerable part of Ovid's Metamorphoses, some plays of Terence, 2 or 3 books of Lucretius, several of the orations of Cicero and of his writings on oratory, also his letters to Atticus, my father taking the trouble to translate to me from the French the historical explanations in Migaud's notes. In Greek I read the Iliad and Odyssey through, 1 or 2 plays of Sophocles, Euripides, and Aristophanes, though by these I profited little. All Felicities, the Hellenics of Xenophon, a great part of Demosthenes, Aeschines, and Lysias, Theocritus, Anacreon, part of the Anthology, a little of Dionysius, several books of Polybus, and lastly Aristotle's Rhetoric, which, as the first expressly scientific treatise on any moral or psychological subject which I had read, and containing many of the best observations of the ancients on human nature and life, my father made me study with particular care, and throw the matter of it into syntoptic tables. During the same years I learnt elementary geometry and algebra thoroughly, and differential calculus and other portions of the higher mathematics far from thoroughly, for my father, not having kept up this part of his early acquired knowledge, could not spare time to qualify himself for removing my difficulties, and left me to deal with them, with little other aid than that of books, while I was continually incurring his displeasure by my inability to solve difficult problems for which he did not see that I had not the necessary previous knowledge. As to my private reading, I can only speak of what I remember. History continued to be my strongest predilection, and most of all ancient history. Mitford's Greece I read continually. My father had put me on my guard against the Tory prejudices of this writer, and his perversions of fact, for the whitewashing of despots and blackening of popular institutions. These points he discoursed on, exemplifying them from the Greek orators and historians, with such effect that in reading Mitford my sympathies were always on the contrary side to those of the author, and I could to some extent have argued the point against him. Yet this did not diminish the ever new pleasure with which I read the book. Roman history, both in my old favourite Hooke and in Ferguson, continued to delight me. A book which, in spite of what is called the dryness of its style, I took great pleasure in, was the Ancient Universal History, through the increasing reading of which I had my head full of historical details concerning the obscurest ancient people, while about modern history, except detached passages, such as the Dutch War of Independence, I knew and cared comparatively little. A voluntary exercise, to which throughout my boyhood I was much addicted, was what I called writing histories. I successfully composed a Roman history, picked out of Hooke, and an abridgment for the Ancient Universal History, a history of Holland from my favourite Watson, and from my anonymous compilation, and in my 11th and 12th year I occupied myself with writing what I flattered myself was something serious. This was no less than a history of the Roman government, compiled, with the assistance of Hooke, from Livy and Dionysius, of which I wrote as much as would have made an 8vo volume, extending to the epoch of the Lucian laws. It was, in fact, the account of the struggles between the patricians and the plebeians, which now engrossed all the interest in my mind which I had previously felt in the mere wars of the conquest of the Romans. I discussed all the constitutional points as they arose, though quite ignorant of Niebuhr's researches. I, by such lights as my father had given me, vindicated the agrarian laws on the evidence of Livy, and upheld, to the best of my ability, the Roman democratic party. A few years later, in my contempt of my childhood efforts, I destroyed all these papers, not then anticipating that I could ever feel any curiosity about my first attempts at writing and reasoning. My father encouraged me in this useful amusement, though, as I think judiciously, he never asked to see what I wrote, so that I did not feel that in writing it I was accountable to anyone, nor had the chilling sensation of being under a critical eye. But though these exercises in history were never quite compulsory lessons, there was another kind of composition which was so, namely, writing verses, and it was one of the most disagreeable of my tasks. Greek and Latin verses I did not write, nor learnt the prosody of those languages. My father, thinking this not worth the time it required, contented himself with making me read aloud to him, and correcting false quantities. I never composed at all in Greek, even in prose, and but a little in Latin. Not that my father could be indifferent to the value of this practice in giving a thorough knowledge of these languages, but because there really was not time for it. The verses I was required to write were English. When I first read Pope's Homer, I ambitiously attempted to compose something of the same kind, and achieved as much as one book of a continuation of the Iliad. They're probably the spontaneous promptings of my potential ambition which have stopped, but the exercise, begun from choice, was continued by command. Conformably to my father's usual practice of explaining to me, as far as possible, the reasons for what he required me to do, he gave me for this, as I well remember, two reasons highly characteristic of him. One was, that some things could be expressed better and more forcibly in verse than in prose. This, he said, was a real advantage. The other was, that people in general attached more value to verse than it deserved, and the power of writing it was, on this account, worth acquiring. He generally left me to choose my own subjects, which, as far as I remember, were mostly addresses to some mythological personage or allegorical abstraction. But he made me translate into English verse many of Horace's shorter poems. I also remember his giving me Thomson's Winter to read, and afterwards making me attempt, without book, to write something myself on the same subject. The verses I wrote were, of course, the most merest rubbish, nor did I ever attain any facility of versification, but the practice may have been useful in making it easier for me at a later period to acquire readiness of expression. In a subsequent stage of boyhood, when these exercises had ceased to be compulsory, like most youthful writers, I wrote tragedies, under the inspiration not so much of Shakespeare as of Joanna Baillie, whose Constantine Palaeologus in particular appeared to me one of the most glorious of human compositions. I still think it is one of the best dramas of the last 2 centuries. I had read up to this time very little English poetry. Shakespeare my father had put into my hands chiefly for the sake of the historical plays, from which, however, I went on to the others. My father never was a great admirer of Shakespeare, the English idolatry of whom he used to attack with some severity. He cared little for any English poetry except Milton, for whom he had the highest admiration. Goldsmith, Burns, and Gray's Bard, which he preferred to his Elegy. Perhaps I may add Cowper and Beattie. He had some value for Spenser, and I remember his reading to me, unlike his usual practice of making me read to him, the first book of the Faerie Queene. But I took little pleasure in it. The poetry of the present century he saw scarcely any merit in, and I hardly became acquainted with any of it until I was grown up to manhood, except the metrical romances of Walter Scott, which I read at his recommendation, and was intensely delighted with, as I always was with animated narrative. Dryden's poems were among my father's books, and many of these he made me read, but I never cared for any of them except Alexander's Feast, which, as well as many of the songs in Walter Scott, I used to sing internally to a music of my own. To some of the latter, indeed, I went so far as to compose airs which I still remember. Cowper's short poems I read with some pleasure, but never got far into the longer ones, and nothing in the 2 volumes interested me like the prose account of his 3 Hares. In my 13th year I met with Campbell's poems, among which Lochiel, Hohenlinder, The Exile of Erin, and some others, gave me sensations I had never before experienced from poetry. Here, too, I made nothing of the longer poems, except the striking openness of Gertrude of Wyoming, which long kept its place in my feelings as the perfection of pathos. During this part of my childhood, one of my greatest amusements was experimental science, in the theoretical, however, not the practical, sense of the word. Not trying experiments, a kind of discipline which I have often regretted not having had, nor even seeing, but merely reading about them. I never remember being so wrapped up in any book as I was in Joyce's Scientific Dialogues, and I was rather recalcitrant to my father's criticism of the bad reasoning respecting the first principles of physics, which abounds in the early part of that work. I devoured treatises on chemistry, especially that of my father's early friend and schoolfellow, Dr. Thomson, for years before I attended a lecture or saw an experiment. From about the age of 12 I entered into another and more advanced stage in my course of instruction, in which the main object was no longer the aids and appliances of thought, but the thoughts themselves. This commenced with logic, in which I began at once with the organon, and read it to the analytics inclusive, but profited little by the posterior analytics, which belonged to a branch of speculation I was not yet ripe for. Contemporaneously with the organon, my father made me read the whole or parts of several of the Latin treatises on the scholastic logic, giving each day to him, in our walks, a minute account of what I had read, and answering his numerous and most searching questions. After this, I went in a similar manner through the Computationes Logica of Hobbes, a work of a much higher order of thought than the books of the school logisticians, and which he estimated very highly. On my own opinion, beyond its merits, great as they are, it was his invariable practice, whatsoever studies he extracted from me, to make me as far as possible understand the field, the utility of them, and this he deemed particularly fitting in the case of the syllogistic logic, the usefulness of which had been impugned by many writers of authority. I well remember how, and in what particular walk, to the neighbourhood of Bagshot Heath, where we were on a visit to his old friend Mr. Wallace, then one of the mathematical professors at Sandhurst. He first attempted by questions to make me think on the subject, and frame some conception of what constituted the utility of the syllogistic logic, and when I had failed in this, make me understand it by explanations. The explanations did not make the matter at all clear to me at the time, but they were not therefore useless. They remained as a nucleus for my observations and reflections to crystallize upon, the import of his general remarks being interpreted to me by the particular instances which came under my notice afterward. My own consciousness and experience ultimately led me to appreciate quite as highly as he did the value of an early practical familiarity with the school logic. I know of nothing in my education to which I think myself more indebted for whatever capacity of thinking I have attained. The first intellectual operations in which I arrived at any proficiency was dissecting a bad argument, and finding in what part the fallacy lay. And though whatever capacity of this sort I attained was due to the fact it was an intellectual exercise in which I was most perseveredly drilled by my father, yet it is also true that the school logic and the mental habits acquired in studying it were among the principal instruments of this drilling. I am persuaded that nothing in modern education tends so much, when properly used, to form exact thinkers, who attach a precise meaning to words and propositions, and are not imposed upon by vague, loose, or ambiguous terms. The boasted influence of mathematical studies is nothing to it, for in mathematical processes none of the real difficulties of correct ratiocination occur. It is also a study particularly adapted to an early stage in the education of philosophical students, since it does not presuppose the slow process of acquiring, by experience and reflection, valuable thoughts of their own. They may become capable of disentangling the intricacies of confused and self-contradictory thought, before their own thinking faculties are much advanced, a power which, for want of some such discipline, many otherwise able men altogether lack, and when they have to answer opponents, only endeavours, by such arguments as they can command, to support the opposite conclusion, scarcely ever attempting to confute the reasonings of their antagonists, and therefore, at the utmost, leaving the question, as far as it depends on argument, a balanced one. End of Chapter 1. Childhood and Early Education, Part 1. Recording by Gary Gilbert, Wheaton, Illinois.
Chapter 1, Part 2. Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Gilbert. Autobiography by John Stuart Mill. Chapter 1, Part 2. Childhood and Early Education. During this time, the Latin and Greek books which I continued to read with my father were chiefly such as were worth studying, not for the language merely, but also for the thoughts. This included much of the orators, and especially Demosthenes, some of whose principal orations I read several times over, and wrote out, by way of exercise, a full analysis of them. My father's comments on these orations, when I read them to him, were very instructive to me. He not only drew my attention to the insight they afforded into Athenian institutions, and the principles of legislation and government which they often illustrated, but pointed out the skill and art of the orator, how everything important to his purpose was said at the exact moment when he had brought the minds of his audience into the state most fitted to receive it, how he made steal into their minds, gradually, and by insinuation, thoughts which, if expressed in a more direct manner, would have roused their opposition. Most of these reflections were beyond my capacity of full comprehension at the time, but they left seed behind, which germinated in due season. At this time I also read the whole of Tacitus, Juvenal, and Quintilian. The latter, owing to his obscure style, and to the scholastic details of which many parts of his treatise are made up, is little read, and seldom sufficiently appreciated. His book is a kind of encyclopedia of the thoughts of the ancients on the whole field of education and culture, and I have retained through life many valuable ideas which I can distinctly trace to my reading of him, even at that early age. It was at this period that I read, for the first time, some of the most important dialogues of Plato, in particular the Gorgias, the Protagoras, and the Republic. There is no author to whom my father thought himself more indebted for his own mental culture than Plato, or whom he more frequently recommended to young students. I can bear similar testimony in regard to myself. The Socratic method, of which the Platonic dialogues are the chief example, is unsurpassed as a discipline for correcting the errors and clearing up the confusions incident to the intellectus sibi permissimus, the understanding which has made up all the bundles of associations under the guidance of popular phraseology. The close searching elenchus, by which the man of vague generalities is constrained either to express his meaning to himself in definite terms, or to confess that he does not know what he is talking about; the perpetual testing of all general statements by particular instances; the siege in form which is laid to the meaning of large abstract terms, by fixing upon some still larger class name, which includes that and more, and dividing down to the thing sought, marked out its limits and definition by a series of
accurately drawn distinctions between it and each of the cognate objects which are successively parted off from it. All this, as an education for precise thinking, is inestimable, and all this, even at that age, took such hold of me that it became part of my own mind. I have felt ever since that the title of Platonist belongs by far better right to those who have been nourished in and have endeavoured to practice Plato's mode of investigation, than to those who are distinguished only by the adoption of certain dogmatical conclusions, drawn mostly from the least intelligible of his works, and which the character of his mind and writings makes it uncertain whether he himself regarded as anything more than poetic fancies or philosophic conjectures. In going through Plato and Demosthenes, since I could now read these authors, as far as the language was concerned, with perfect ease, I was not required to construe them sentence by sentence, but to read them aloud to my father, answering questions when he asked. But the particular attention which he paid to elocution, in which his own excellence was remarkable, made this reading aloud to him a most painful task. Of all things which he required me to do, there was none which I did so consistently ill, or in which he so perpetually lost his temper with me. He had thought much on the principles of the art of reading, especially the most neglected part of it, the inflections of the voice, or modulation, as writers on elocution call it, in contrast with articulation on the one side and expression on the other, and had reduced it to rules, grounded on the logical analysis of a sentence. These rules he strongly impressed upon me, and took me severely to task for every violation of them. But I even then remarked, though I did not venture to make the remark to him, that though he reproached me when I read something ill, and told me how I ought to have read it, he never by reading it himself showed me how it ought to be read. A defect running through his otherwise admirable modes of instruction, as it did through all his modes of thought, was that of trusting too much to the intelligibleness of the abstract when not embodied in the concrete. It was at a much later period of my youth, when practising elocution by myself, or with companions of my own age, that I for the first time understood the object of these rules, and saw the psychological grounds of them. At that time I and others followed out the subject into its ramifications, and could have composed a very useful treatise, grounded on my father's principles. He himself left those principles and rules unwritten. I regret that when my mind was full of the subject, from systematic practice, I did not put them, and our improvements of them, into a formal shape. A book which contributed largely to my education, in the best sense of the term, was my father's History of India. It was published in the beginning of 1818. During the year previous, while it was passing through the press, I used to read the proof sheets to him, or rather I read the manuscripts to him, while he corrected the proofs. The number of new ideas which I received from this remarkable book, and the impulse and stimulus as well as guidance given to my thoughts by its criticism and disquisitions on society and civilization in the Hindu part, or the institutions and the acts of government in the English part, made my early familiarity with it eminently useful to my subsequent progress. And though I can perceive deficiencies in it now as compared with a perfect standard, I still think it, if not the most, one of the most instructive histories ever written, and one of the books from which most benefit may be derived by a mind in the course of making up its opinions. The preface, among the most characteristic of my father's writings, as well as the richness in materials of thought, gives a picture, which may be entirely depended on, of the sentiments and expectations with which he wrote the history, saturated as the book is with the opinions and modes of judgment of a democratic radicalism then regarded as extreme, and treating with a severity at that time most unusual, the English constitution, the English law, and all parties and classes who possessed any considerable influence in the country. He may have expected reputation, but certainly not advancement in life, from its publication, nor could he have supposed that it would raise up anything but enemies for him in powerful quarters. Least of all could he have expected favour from the East India Company, to whose commercial privileges he was unqualifiedly hostile, and on the acts of whose government he had made so many severe comments, though in various parts of his book he bore a testimony to their favour, which he felt to be their just due, namely, that no government had, on the whole, given so much proof to the extent of its lights, of good intention toward its subjects, and that if the acts of any other government had the light of publicity as completely let in upon them, they would, in all probability, still less bear scrutiny. On learning, however, in the spring of 1819, about a year after the publication of the History, that the East India Directors desired to strengthen the part of their home establishment which was employed in carrying out the correspondence with India, my father declared himself a candidate for that employment, and, to the credit of the Directors, successfully. He was appointed one of the assistants of the Examiner of India Correspondence, officers whose duty it was to prepare drafts of dispatches to India, for consideration by the Directors, in the principal departments of administration. In this office, and in that of Examiner, which he subsequently attained, the influence which his talents, his reputation, and his decisions of character gave him, with superiors who readily desired the good government of India, enabled him to a great extent to throw into his drafts of dispatches, and to carry through the ordeal of the Court of Directors and Board of Control, without having their force much weakened his real opinions on Indian subjects. In his History he had set forth, for the first time, many of the true principles of Indian administration, and his dispatches following his History did more than had ever been done before to promote the improvement of India, and teach Indian officials to understand their business. If a selection of them were published, they would, I am convinced, place his character as a practical statesman fully on a level with his eminence as a speculative writer. This new employment of his time caused no relaxation in his attention to my education. It was in this same year, 1819, that he took me through a complete course of political economy. His loved and intimate friend Ricardo had shortly before published the book which formed so great an epoch in political economy, a book which would never have been published or written but for the entreaty and strong encouragement of my father. For Ricardo, the most modest of men, though firmly convinced of the truth of his doctrines, deemed himself so little capable of doing them justice in exposition and expression, that he shrank from the idea of publicity. The same friendly encouragement induced Ricardo, a year or two later, to become a member of the House of Commons, where, during the remaining years of his life, unhappily cut short in the full vigour of his intellect, he rendered so much service to his and my father's opinions, both on political economy and on other subjects. Though Ricardo's great work was already in print, no didactic treatise embodying its doctrine in a manner fit for learners had yet appeared. My father, therefore, commenced instructing me in the science by a sort of lectures, which he delivered to me in our walks. He expounded each day a portion of the subject, and I gave him next day a written account of it, which he made me rewrite over and over again until it was clear, precise, and tolerably complete. In this manner I went through the whole extent of the science, and the written outline of it, which resulted from my daily compte rendu, served him afterwards as notes from which to write his elements of political economy. After this I read Ricardo, giving my account daily of what I read, and discussing in the best manner I could the collateral points which offered themselves in our progress. On money, as the most intricate part of the subject, he made me read in all the same manner Ricardo's admirable pamphlets, written during what was called the Bullion controversy. To these succeeded Adam Smith, and in this reading it was one of my father's main objects to make me apply to Smith's more superficial view of political economy the superior lights of Ricardo, and detect what was fallacious in Smith's arguments, or erroneous in any of his conclusions. Such a mode of instruction was exceedingly calculated to form a thinker, but it required to be worked by a thinker as close and vigorous as my father. The path was a thorny one even to him, and I am sure it was so to me. Notwithstanding the strong interest I took in the subject, he was often, and much beyond reason, provoked by my failure in cases where success could not have been expected, but in the main his method was right, and it succeeded. I do not believe that any scientific teaching ever was more thorough, or better fitted for training the faculties, than the mode in which logic and political economy were taught to me by my father. Striving even in an exaggerated degree everything for myself, he gave his explanations not before, but after I had felt the full force of the difficulties, and not only gave me an accurate knowledge of these two great subjects, as far as they were then understood, but made me a thinker on both. I thought for myself almost from the first, and occasionally thought differently from him, though for a long time only on minor points. In making his opinion the ultimate standard, at a later period, I even occasionally convinced him, and altered his opinion on some points of detail, which I state to his honour, not to my own. It at once exemplified his perfect candour, and the real worth of his method of teaching. At this point concluded what can properly be called my lessons. When I was about 14 I left England, and for more than a year, and after my return, though my studies went on under my father's general direction, he was no longer my schoolmaster. I shall therefore pause here, and turn back to matters of a more general nature, connected with the part of my life and education included in the preceding reminiscences. In the course of instruction which I have partly retracted, the point most superficially apparent is the great effort to give, during the years of childhood, an amount of knowledge in what are considered the highest branches of education, which is seldom acquired, if acquired at all, until the age of manhood. The result of this experiment shows the ease with which this may be done, and places in a strong light the wretched waste of so many precious years we are spent in acquiring the modicum of Latin and Greek commonly taught to schoolboys, a waste which has led so many educational reformers to entertain the ill-judged proposal of discarding these languages altogether from general education. If I had been by nature extremely quick of apprehension, or had possessed a very accurate and retentive memory, or were of a remarkably active and energetic character, the trial would not be conclusive. But in all these natural gifts I am rather below than above par. What I could do could assuredly be done by any boy or girl of average capacity and healthy physical constitution, and if I have accomplished anything, I owe it, among other fortunate circumstances, to the fact that through the early training bestowed upon me by my father, I started, I may fairly say, with an advantage of a quarter of a century over my contemporaries. There was one cardinal point in this training of which I have already given some indication, and which, more than anything else, was the cause of whatever good it effected. Most boys or youths who have had much knowledge drilled into them have their mental capacities not strengthened, but overlaid by it. They are crammed with mere facts, and with the opinions or phrases of other people, and these are accepted as a substitute for the power to form opinions of their own. And thus the sons of eminent fathers, who have spared no pains in their education, so often grow up mere parroters of what they have learnt, incapable of using their minds except in the furrows traced for them. Mine, however, was not an education of cram. My father never permitted anything which I learnt to degenerate into a mere exercise of memory. He strove to make the understanding not only go along with every step of the teaching, but, if possible, precede it. Anything which could be found out by thinking, I never was told, until I had exhausted my efforts to find it out for myself. As far as I can trust my remembrance, I acquitted myself very lamely in this department. My recollection of such matters is almost wholly of failures, hardly ever of success. It is true that the failures were often in things in which success, in so early a stage of my progress, was almost impossible. I remember at some time in my 13th year, on my happening to use the word idea, he asked me what an idea was, and expressed some displeasure at my ineffectual efforts to define the word. I recollect also his indignation at my using the common expression that sometimes was true in theory, but required correction in practice, and how, after making me vainly strive to define the word theory, he explained its meaning and showed the fallacy of the vulgar form of speech which I had used, leaving me fully persuaded that in being unable to give a correct definition of theory, and in speaking of it as something which might be at variance with practice, I had shown unparalleled ignorance. In this he seems, and perhaps was, very unreasonable, but I think only in being angry at my failure. A pupil from whom nothing is ever demanded which he cannot do, never does all he can. One of the evils most liable to attend to any sort of early proficiency, and which often fatally blights its promise, my father most anxiously guarded against. This was self-conceit. He kept me with extreme vigilance out of the way of hearing myself praised, or of being led to make self-flattering comparisons between myself and others. From his own intercourse with me, I could derive none but a very humble opinion of myself. The standard of comparison he always held up to me was not what other people did, but what a man could and ought to do. He completely succeeded in preserving me from the sort of influences he so much dreaded. I was not at all aware that my attainments were anything unusual at my age. If I accidentally had my attention drawn to the fact that some other boy knew less than myself, which happened less often than might be imagined, I concluded, not that I knew much, but that he for some reason or other knew little, or that his knowledge was of a different kind from mine. My state of mind was not humility, but neither was it arrogance. I never thought of saying to myself, I am, or I can do, so and so. I neither estimated myself highly nor lowly. I did not estimate myself at all. If I thought anything about myself, it was that I was rather backward in my studies, since I always found myself so, in comparison with what my father expected of me. I assert this with confidence, though it was not the impression of various persons who saw me in my childhood. They, as I have since found, thought me greatly and disagreeably self-conceited, probably because I was disputatious, and did not scruple to give direct contradictions to things which I heard said. I suppose I acquired this bad habit from having been encouraged in an unusual degree to talk on matters beyond my age, and with grown persons, while I never had inculcated on me the usual respect for them. My father did not correct this ill-breeding and impertinence, probably from not being aware of it, for I was always too much in awe of him to be otherwise than extremely subdued and quiet in his presence. Yet with all this I had no notion of any superiority in myself, and well as it for me that I had not. I remember the very place in Hyde Park where, in my 14th year, on the eve of leaving my father's house for a long absence, he told me that I should find, as I got acquainted with new people, that I had been taught many things which youths of my age did not commonly know, and that many persons would be disposed to talk to me of this, and to compliment me on it. What other things he said on this topic I remember very imperfectly, but he wound up by saying that whatever I knew more than others could not be ascribed to any merit in me, but to the very unusual advantage which had fallen to my lot of having a father who was able to teach me and willing to give me the necessary trouble and time; that it was no matter of praise to me if I knew more than those who had not had a similar advantage, but the deepest disgrace to me if I did not. I have a distinct remembrance that the suggestion thus for the first time made to me, that I knew more than other youths who were considered well educated, was to me a piece of information to which, as to all other things which my father told me, I gave implicit credence, but which did not at all impress me as a personal matter. I felt no disposition to glorify myself upon the circumstance that there were other persons who did not know what I knew, nor had I ever flattered myself that my acquirements, whatever they might be, were any merit of mine. But now, when my attention was called to the subject, I felt that what my father had said respecting my peculiar advantage was exactly the truth and common sense of the matter, and it fixed my opinion and feeling from that time forward. End of Chapter 1. Childhood and Early Education, Part 2. Recording by Gary Gilbert, Wheaton, Illinois. Chapter 2, Part 1. Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Gilbert. Autobiography by John Stuart Mill. Chapter 2, Part 1. Moral Influences in Early Youth, My Father's Character and Opinions. In my education, as in that of everyone, the moral influences, which are so much more important than all others, are also the most complicated, and the most difficult to specify with any approach to completeness, without attempting the hopeless task of detailing the circumstances by which, in this respect, my early character may have been shaped. I shall confine myself to a few leading points, which form an indispensable part of any true account of my education. I was brought up from the first without any religious belief, in the ordinary acceptation of the term. My father, educated in the creed of Scotch Presbyterianism, had by his own studies and reflections been led early to reject not only the belief in revelation, but the foundations of what is commonly called natural religion. I have heard him say that the turning point of his mind on the subject was reading Butler's Analogy. That work, of which he always continued to speak with respect, kept him, as he said, for some considerable time, a believer in the divine authority of Christianity, by proving to him that whatever are the difficulties in believing that the Old and New Testaments proceed from, or record the acts of, a perfectly wise and good being, the same and still greater difficulties stand in the way of the belief that a being of such a character can have been the maker of the universe. He considered Butler's argument as conclusive against the only opponents for whom it was intended, those who admit an omnipotent as well as perfectly just and benevolent maker and ruler of such a world as this, can say little against Christianity, but what can, with at least equal force, be retorted against themselves. Finding therefore no halting place in deism, he remained in a state of perplexity until, doubtless after many struggles, he yielded to the conviction that concerning the origin of things nothing whatever can be known. This is the only correct statement of his opinion, for dogmatic atheism he looked upon as absurd, as most of those whom the world has considered atheists have always done. These particulars are important, because they show that my father's rejection of all that is called religious belief was not, as many might suppose, primarily a matter of logic and evidence. The grounds of it were moral, still more than intellectual. He found it impossible to believe that a world so full of evil was the work of an author combining infinite power with perfect goodness and righteousness. His intellect spurred the contradiction. The Sabian or Manichaean theory of a good and an evil principle struggling against each other for the government of the universe he would not have equally condemned, and I have heard him express surprise that no one revived it in our time. He would have regarded it as a mere hypothesis, but he would have ascribed to it no depraving influence. As it was, this aversion to religion, in the sense usually attached to the term, was of the kind with that of Lucretius. He regarded it with the feelings due not to a mere mental delusion, but to a great moral evil. He looked upon it as the greatest enemy of morality, first by setting up fictitious excellencies, belief in creeds, devotional feelings, and ceremonies not connected with the good of humankind, and causing these to be accepted as substitutes for genuine virtues, but above all by radically vitiating the standard of morals, making it consistent in doing the will of a being on whom it lavishes indeed all the phrases of adulation, but whom in sober truth it depicts as eminently hateful. I have heard him say that all ages and nations have represented their gods as wicked in a consistently increasing progression, that mankind have gone on adding trait after trait till they reached the most perfect conception of wickedness which the human mind can devise, and have called this God, and prostrated themselves before it. This ne plus ultra of wickedness he considered to be embodied in what is commonly presented to mankind as the creed of Christianity. Think, he used to say, of a being who would make a hell, who would create the human race with the infallible foreknowledge, and therefore with the intention that the greater majority of them were to be consigned to horrible and everlasting torment. The time, I believe, is drawing near when this dreadful conception of an object of worship will be no longer identified with Christianity, and when all persons with any sense of moral good and evil will look upon it with the same indignation with which my father regarded it. My father was as well aware as anyone that Christians do not, in general, undergo the demoralizing consequences which seem inherent in such a creed, in the matter or to the extent which might have been expected from it. The same slovenliness of thought and subjugation of the reason to fears, wishes, and affections which enable them to accept a theory involving a contradiction in terms, prevents them from perceiving the logical consequences of the theory. Such is the facility with which mankind believes at one and the same time things inconsistent with one another, and so few are those who draw from what they receive as truths any consequences but those recommended to them by their feelings, that multitudes have held the undoubting belief in an omnipotent author of hell, and have nevertheless identified that being with the best conception they were able to form of perfect goodness. Their worship was not paid to the demon which such a being as they imagined would really be, but to their own ideal of excellence. The evil is that such a belief keeps the ideal wretchedly low, and opposes the most obstinate resistance to all thought which has a tendency to raise it higher. Believers shrink from the very train of ideas which would lead the mind to a clear conception and an elevated standard of excellence, because they feel, even when they do not distinctly see, that such a standard would conflict with many of the dispensations of nature, and with much of what they are accustomed to consider as the Christian creed, and thus morally constitutes a matter of blind tradition, with no consistent principle, not even any consistent feeling, to guide it. It would have been wholly inconsistent with my father's ideas of duty to allow me to acquire impressions contrary to his convictions and feelings respecting religion, and he impressed upon me from the first that the manner in which the world came into existence was a subject on which nothing was known, that the question, "Who made me?" cannot be answered, because we have no experience or authentic information from which to answer it, and that any answer only throws the difficulty a step further back, since the question immediately presents itself, "Who made God?" He at the same time took care that I should be acquainted with what had been thought by mankind on these impenetrable problems. I have mentioned at how early an age he made me a reader of ecclesiastical history, and he taught me to take the strongest interest in the Reformation as the great and decisive contest against priestly tyranny for liberty of thought. I am thus one of the very few examples in this country of one who has not thrown off religious belief, but never had it. I grew up in a negative state with regard to it. I looked upon the modern exactly as I did upon the ancient religion, as something which in no way concerned me. It did not seem to me more strange that English people should believe what I did not, than that the men I read of in Herodotus should have done so. History had made the variety of opinions among mankind a fact familiar to me, and this was but a prolongation of that fact. This point in my early education had, however, incidentally one bad consequence deserving notice. In giving me an opinion contrary to that of the world, my father thought it necessary to give it as one which could not prudently be avowed to the world. This lesson of keeping my thoughts to myself at that early age was attended with some moral disadvantages, though my limited intercourse with strangers, especially such as were likely to speak to me on religion, prevented me from being placed in the alternative of avowal of hypocrisy. I remember 2 occasions in my boyhood on which I felt myself in this alternative, and in both cases I avowed my disbelief and defended it. My opponents were boys, considerably older than myself. One of them I certainly staggered at the time, but the subject was never renewed between us. The other one, who was surprised and somewhat shocked, did his best to convince me for some time without effect. The great advance in liberty of discussion, which is one of the most important differences between the present time and that of my childhood, has greatly altered the moralities of this question, and I think that a few men of my father's intellect and public spirit, holding with such intensity of moral conviction as he did, unpopular opinions on religion, or on any other of the great subjects of thought, would now either practice or inculcate the withholding of them from the world, unless in the cases, becoming fewer every day, in which frankness on these subjects would either risk the loss of means of subsistence, or would amount to exclusion from some sphere of usefulness particularly suitable to the capabilities of the individual. On religion in particular, the time appears to me to have come when it is the duty of all men, being qualified in point of knowledge, have on mature consideration satisfied themselves that the current opinions are not only false but hurtful, to make their dissent known, at least if they are among those whose station or reputation gives their opinion a chance of being attended to. Such an avowal would put an end, at once and forever, to the vulgar prejudice that what is called, very improperly, unbelief, is connected with any bad qualities either of mind or heart. The world would be astonished if it knew how great a proportion of its brightest ornaments, of those most distinguished even in popular estimation for wisdom and virtue, are complete sceptics in religion. Many of them refrained from avowal, less from personal considerations than from a conscientiousness, though now in my opinion a most mistaken apprehension, lest by speaking out what would tend to weaken existing beliefs, and by consequence, as they supposed, existing restraints, they should do harm instead of good. Of unbelievers, so called, as well as of believers, there are many species, including almost every variety of moral type. But the best among them, as no one who has had opportunities of really knowing them will hesitate to affirm, are more genuinely religious, in the best sense of the word religion, than those who excessively arrogate to themselves the title. This liberality of the age, or in other words, the weakening of the obstinate prejudice which makes men unable to see what is before their eyes because it is contrary to their expectations, has caused it to be very commonly admitted that a deist may be truly religious, but if religion stands for any graces of character and not for mere dogma, the assertion may equally be made of many whose belief is far short of deism. Though they may think the proof incomplete that the universe is a work of design, and though they assertedly disbelieve that if they can have an author and governor who is absolute in power as well as perfect in goodness, they have that which constitutes the principal worth of all religions whatever, an ideal conception of a perfect being, to which they habitually refer as the guide of their conscience. And this ideal of good is usually far nearer to perfection than the objective deity of those who think themselves obliged to find absolute goodness in the author of a world so crowded with suffering and so deformed by injustice as ours. My father's moral convictions, wholly dissevered from religion, were very much of the character of those of the Greek philosophers, and were delivered with the force and decision which characterized all that came from him. Even in the very early age at which I read with him the Memorabilia of Xenophon, I imbibed from that work and from his comments a deep respect for the character of Socrates, who stood in my mind as a model of ideal excellence. And I well remember how my father at that time impressed upon me the lessons of the choice of Hercules. At a somewhat later period, the lofty moral standard exhibited by the writings of Plato operated upon me with great force. My father's moral inclinations were at all times mainly those of the Socratati viri, justice, temperance, to which he gave a very extended application, veracity, perseverance, readiness to encounter pain, and especially labour, regard for the public good, estimation of persons according to their merits, and of things according to their intrinsic usefulness, a life of exertion in contradiction to one of self-indulgent ease and sloth. These and other moralities he conveyed in brief sentences, uttered as occasion arose, of grave exhortation, or stern reprobation and contempt. But though direct moral teaching does much, indirect does more, and the effect my father produced on my character did not depend solely on what he said or did with that direct object, but also, and still more, on what manner of man he was. In his view of life, he partook of the character of the Stoic, the Epicurean, and the Cynic, not in the modern but in the ancient sense of the word. In his personal qualities the Stoic predominated. His standard of morals was Epicurean, inasmuch as it was utilitarian, taking as the exclusive text of right and wrong the tendency of actions to produce pleasure or pain. But he had, and this was the Cynic element, scarcely any belief in pleasure, at least in his later years, of which alone on this point I can speak confidently. He was not insensitive to pleasures, but he deemed very few of them worth the price which, at least in the present state of society, must be paid for them. The greater number of miscarriages in life he considered to be attributable to the overvaluing of pleasures. Accordingly, temperance, in the large sense intended by the Greek philosophers, stopping short at the point of moderation in all indulgences, was with him, as with him, almost the central point of educational precept. His inculcations of this virtue fill a large place in my childish remembrances. He thought human life a poor thing at best, after the freshness of youth and of unsatisfied curiosity had gone by. This was a topic on which he did not often speak, especially, it may be supposed, in the presence of young persons, but when he did, it was with an air of settled and profound conviction. He would sometimes say that if life were made what it might be, by good government and good education, it would be worth having. But he never spoke with anything like enthusiasm even of that possibility. He never varied in rating intellectual enjoyments above all others, even in value as pleasures, independently of their ulterior benefits. The pleasures of benevolent affections he placed high in the scale, and used to say that he had never known a happy old man, except those who were able to live over again in the pleasures of the young. For passionate emotions of all sorts, and for everything which has been said or written in exaltation of them, he professed the greatest contempt. He regarded them as a form of madness. The intense was with him a byword of scornful disapprobation. He regarded as an aberration of the moral standard of modern times, compared with that of the ancients, the great stress laid upon feeling. Feelings as such he considered to be no proper subjects of praise or blame. Right or wrong, good and bad, he regarded as qualities solely of conduct, of acts and omissions, there being no feeling which may not lead, and does not frequently lead, either to good or to bad actions, conscience itself, and the very desire to act right, often leading people to act wrong. Consistently carrying out the doctrine that the object of praise and blame should be the discouragement of wrong conduct and the encouragement of right, he refused to let his praise or blame be influenced by the motive of the agent. He blamed as severely what he thought a bad action, when the motive was a feeling of duty, as if the agents had been consciously evil doers. He would not have accepted as a plea in mitigation for inquisitors that they sincerely believed burning heretics to be an obligation of conscience. But though he did not allow honesty of purpose to soften his disapprobation of actions, it had its full effect on his estimation of character. No one prized conscientiousness and rectitude of intention more highly, nor was more incapable of valuing any person in whom he did not feel assurance of it. But he disliked people quite as much for any other deficiency, provided he thought it equally likely to make them act ill. He disliked, for instance, a fanatic in any bad cause as much as or more than one who adopted the same cause from self-interest, because he thought him even more likely to be practicably mischievous. And thus his aversion to many intellectual errors, or what he regarded as such, partook in a certain sense of the character of a moral feeling. All this is merely saying that he, in a degree once common but now very unusual, threw his feelings into his opinions, which truly it is difficult to understand how anyone who possesses much of both can fail to do. None but those who do not care about opinions will confound this with intolerance. Those who, having opinions which they hold to be immensely important, and their contraries to be prodigiously hurtful, have any deep regard for the general good, will necessarily dislike, as a class and in the abstract, those who think wrong that they think right, and right what they think wrong, though they need not therefore be, nor was my father, insensitive to good qualities in an opponent, nor governed in their estimation of individuals by one general presumption, instead of by the whole of their character. I grant that an earnest person, being no more infallible than other men, is liable to dislike people on account of opinions which do not merit dislike. But if he neither himself does them any ill offence, nor connives at it being done by others, he is not intolerant; and the forbearance which flows from a conscientious sense of the importance to mankind of the equal freedom of all opinions is the only tolerance which is commendable, or, to the highest moral order of minds, possible. Chapter 2. Moral Influences in Early Youth, Part 1. Recording by Gary Gilbert, Wheaton, Illinois. Chapter 2, Part 2. Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Gilbert. Autobiography by John Stuart Mill. Chapter 2, Part 2. Moral Influences in Early Youth. My father's character and opinions. It will be admitted that a man of the opinions and the character above described was likely to leave a strong moral impression on any mind principally formed by him, and that his moral teaching was not likely to err on the side of laxity or indulgence. The element which was chiefly deficient in his moral relation to his children was that of tenderness. I do not believe that this deficiency lay in his own nature. I believe him to have had much more feeling than he habitually showed, and much greater capacities of feeling than were ever developed. He resembled most Englishmen in being ashamed of the signs of feeling, and, by the absence of demonstration, starving the feelings themselves. If we consider further that he was in the trying position of sole teacher, and add to this that his temper was constitutionally irritable, it is impossible not to feel true pity for a father who did, and strove to do, so much for his children, who would have so valued their affection, yet who must have been consistently feeling that fear of him was drying it up at its source. This was no longer the case later in life, and with his younger children. They loved him tenderly, and if I cannot say so much of myself, I was always loyally devoted to him. As regards my own education, I hesitate to pronounce whether I was more a loser or gainer by his severity. It was not such as to prevent me from having a happy childhood, and I do not believe that boys can be induced to apply themselves with vigour, and, what is so much more difficult, perseverance, to dry and irksome studies by the sole force of persuasion and soft words. Much must be done, and much must be learnt by children, for which rapid discipline and known liability to punishment are indispensable as means. It is no doubt a very laudable effect in modern teaching to render as much as possible of what the youth are required to learn easy and interesting to them. But when this principle is pushed to the length of not requiring them to learn anything but what has been made easy and interesting, one of the chief objects of education is sacrificed. I rejoice in the decline of the old brutal and tyrannical system of teaching, which, however, did succeed in enforcing habits of application. But the new, as it seems to me, is training up a race of men who will be incapable of doing anything which is disagreeable to them. I do not, then, believe that fear, as an element of education, can be dispensed with, but I am sure that it ought not to be the main element. But when it predominates so much as to preclude love and confidence on the part of the child to those who should be the unreservedly trusted advisers of after years, and perhaps to seal up the fountains of frank and spontaneous communicativeness in the child's nature, it is an evil for which a large abatement must be made from the benefits, moral and intellectual, which may follow. During the first period of my life, the habitual frequenters of my father's house were limited to a very few persons, most of them little known to the world, but whom personal worth and more or less of congeniality with at least his political opinions, not so frequently to be met with them as since, inclined him to cultivate, and his conversations with them I listened to with interest and instruction. My being an habitual inmate of my father's study made me acquainted with the dearest of his friends, David Ricardo, who by his benevolent countenance and kindliness of manner was very attractive to young persons, and who, after I became a student of political economy, invited me to his house and to talk with him in order to converse on the subject. I was a more frequent visitor from about 1817 or 1818 to Mr. Hume, who, born in the same part of Scotland as my father, and having been, I rather think, a younger schoolfellow or college companion of his, had, on returning from India, renewed their youthful acquaintance, and who, coming, like many others, greatly under the influence of my father's intellect and energy of character, was induced partly by that influence to go into Parliament, and there adopt the line of conduct which has given him an honourable place in the history of this country. Of Mr. Bentham I saw much more, owing to the close intimacy which existed between him and my father. I do not know how soon after my father's first arrival in England they became acquainted, but my father was the earliest Englishman of any great mark who thoroughly understood, and in the main adopted, Bentham's general views of ethics, government, and law, and this was a natural foundation for sympathy between them, and made them familiar companions in a period of Bentham's life during which he admitted much fewer visitors than was the case subsequently. At this time Mr. Bentham passed some part of every year at Barrow Greenhouse, in a beautiful part of the Surrey Hills, a few miles from Godstone, and there I each summer accompanied my father with a long visit. In 1813 Mr. Bentham, my father, and I made an excursion which included Oxford, Bath, and Bristol, Exeter, Plymouth, and Portsmouth. In this journey I saw many things which were instructive to me, and acquired my first taste for natural scenery, in the elementary form of fondness for a view. In the succeeding winter we moved into the house very near Mr. Bentham's, which my father rented from him, in Queen Square, Westminster. From 1814 to 1817 Mr. Bentham lived during half of each year at Ford Abbey, in Somersetshire, or rather in a part of Devonshire surrounded by Somersetshire, which intervals I had the advantage of passing at that place. His sojourn was, I think, an important circumstance in my education. Nothing contributes more to nourish evaluation of sentiments in a people than the large and free character of their habitations. The Middle Age architecture, the baronial hall, and the spacious and lofty rooms of this fine old place, so unlike the mean and cramped intervals of English middle-class life, gave the sentiment of a larger and freer existence, and were to me a sort of poetic cultivation, aided also by the character of the grounds in which the abbey stood, which were riant and secluded, umbrageous, and full of the sound of falling waters. I owed another of the fortunate circumstances in my education, a year's residence in France, to Mr. Bentham's brother, General Sir Samuel Bentham. I had seen Sir Samuel Bentham and his family at their house near Gosport in the course of the tour already mentioned, he being then superintendent of the dockyard at Portsmouth, and during a stay of a few days which they made at Ford Abbey shortly after the peace, before going to live on the Continent. In 1820 they invited me for a 6 months' visit to them in the south of France, which their kindness ultimately prolonged to nearly a 12-month. Sir Samuel Bentham, though of a character of mind different from that of his illustrious brother, was a man of very considerable attainments and general powers, with a decided genius for mechanical art. His wife, a daughter of the celebrated chemist Mr. Fordyce, was a woman of strong will and decided character, much general knowledge, and great practical good sense of the Edgeworth kind. She was the ruling spirit of the household, as she deserved, and was well qualified to be. Their family consisted of one son, the eminent botanist, and 3 daughters, the younger about 2 years my senior. I am indebted to them for much and various instruction, and for an almost parental interest in my welfare. When I first joined them, in May 1920, they occupied the Chateau of Pompignan, still belonging to a descendant of Voltaire's enemy, on the heights overlooking the plain of the Garonne between Montbon and Toulouse. I accompanied them in an excursion to the Pyrenees, including a stay of some duration at Bagnères de Bigorre, a journey to Pau, Bayonne, and Bagnères de Lechon, and an ascent of the Pic du Midi de Bigorre. The first introduction to the highest order of mountain scenery made the deepest impression on me, and gave a colour to my taste through life. In October we proceeded by the beautiful mountain route of Castres and St. Pons from Toulouse to Montpellier, in which last neighbourhood Sir Samuel had just bought the estate of Reticelière, near the foot of the singular mountain of Saint-Lô. During this residence in France I acquired a familiar knowledge of the French language and acquaintance with the ordinary French literature. I took lessons in various bodily exercises, in none of which, however, I made any proficiency, and at Montpellier I attended the excellent winter courses of lectures at the Faculté des Sciences, those of M. Anglada on chemistry, of M. Provençal on zoology, and of a very accomplished representative of the 18th century metaphysics, Mr. Guérin, on logic, under the name of philosophy of the sciences. I also went through a course of the higher mathematics under the private tuition of M. Leterre, a professor at the Lycée of Montpellier. But the greatest, perhaps, of the many advantages which I owed to this episode in my education was that of having breathed for a whole year the free and genial atmosphere of continental life. This advantage was not the less real, though I could not then estimate, nor even consciously feel it, having so little experience of English life, and the few people I knew being mostly such as had public objects of a large and personally disinterested kind at heart. I was ignorant of the low moral tone of what in England is called society, the habit of, not indeed professing, but taking for granted in every mode of implication, that conduct is of course always directed toward low and petty objects, the absence of high feelings, which manifest themselves by sneering depreciation of all demonstrations of them, and by general abstinence, except among a few of the stricter religionists, from professing any high principles of action at all, except in those preordained cases in which such profession is put on as part of the costume and formalities of the occasion. I could not then know or estimate the difference between this manner of existence and that of a people like the French, whose faults, if equally real, are at events different, among whom sentiments, which by comparison at least may be called elevated, are the current coin of human intercourse, both in books and in private life, and though often evaporating in profession, are yet kept alive in the nation at large by constant exercise, and simulated by sympathy, so as to form a living and active part of the existence of great numbers of persons, and to be recognized and understood by all. Neither could I then appreciate the general culture of the understanding, which results from the habitual exercise of the feelings, and is thus carried down into the most uneducated classes of several countries on the continent, in a degree not equalled in England among the so-called educated, except where an unusual tenderness of conscience leads to a habitual exercise of the intellect on questions of right and wrong. I did not know the way in which, among the ordinary English, the absence of interest in things of an unselfish kind, except occasionally in a special thing here and there, the habit of not speaking to others, nor much even to themselves, about the things in which they do feel interest, causes, both to their feelings and their intellectual faculties, to remain undeveloped, or to develop themselves only in some singular and very limited direction, reducing them, considered as spiritual beings, to a kind of negative existence. All these things I did not perceive till long afterward, but I even then felt, though without stating it clearly to myself, the contrast between the frank sociability and amicability of French personal intercourse, and the English mode of existence, in which everybody acts as if everybody else, with few or no exceptions, was either an enemy or a bore. In France, it is true, the bad as well as the good points, both of individual and of national character, come more to the surface, and break out more fearlessly in ordinary intercourse than in England. But the general habit of the people is to show, as well as to expect, friendly feelings in every one towards every other, wherever there is not some positive cause for the opposite. In England it is only of the best bred people in the upper or upper middle ranks that anything like this can be said. In my way through Paris, both going and returning, I passed some time in the house of M. Say, the eminent political economist, who was a friend and correspondent of my father. Having become acquainted with him on a visit to England a year or two after the peace, he was a man of the later period of the French Revolution, a fine specimen of the best kind of French republican, one of those who had never bent the knee to Bonaparte, though courted by him to do so, a truly upright, brave, and enlightened man. He lived a quiet and studious life, made happy by warm affections, public and private. He was acquainted with many of the chiefs of the liberal party, and I saw various noteworthy persons while staying at his house, among whom I have pleasure in the recollection of having once seen Saint-Simon, not yet the founder either of a philosophy or a religion, and considered only as a clever original. The chief fruit which I carried away from the society I saw was a strong and permanent interest in continental liberalism, of which I ever afterward kept myself au courant, as much as of English politics, a thing not at all unusual in those days with Englishmen, and which had a very salutary influence on my development, keeping me free from the error always prevalent in England, and from which even my father, with all his superiority to prejudice, was not exempt, of judging universal questions by a merely English standard. After passing a few weeks at Caen with an old friend of my father's, I returned to England in July 1821, and my education resumed its ordinary course. End of Chapter 2. Moral Influences in Early Youth, Part 2. Recorded by Gary Gilbert, Wheaton, Illinois. Chapter 3, Part 1 of Autobiography.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Gilbert. Autobiography by John Stuart Mill.
Chapter 3, Part 1. Last stage of education and first of self-education. For the first year or two after my visit to France, I continued my old studies with the addition of some new ones. When I returned, my father was just finishing for the press his Elements of Political Economy, and he made me perform an exercise on the manuscript which Mr. Bentham practised on all his own writings, making what he called marginal contents, a short abstract of every paragraph, to enable the writer more easily to judge of, and improve, the order of the ideas and the general character of the exposition. Soon after, my father put into my hands Condillac's Traité des Sensations, and the logical and metaphysical volumes of his Horace d'Etudes. The first, notwithstanding the superficial resemblance between Condillac's psychological system and my father's, quite as much for a warning as for an example. I am not sure whether it was in this winter or the next that I first read the history of the French Revolution. I learnt with astonishment that the principles of democracy were apparently in no insignificant and hopeless a minority everywhere in Europe, had borne all before them in France 30 years earlier, and had been the creed of the nation. As may be supposed from this, I had previously a very vague idea of that great commotion. I knew only that the French had thrown off the absolute monarchy of Louis XIV and XV, had put the king and queen to death, guillotined many persons, one of whom was Lavoisier, and had ultimately fallen under the despotism of Bonaparte. From this time, as was natural, the subject took an immense hold on my feelings. It allied itself with all my juvenile aspirations to the character of a democratic champion. What had happened so lately seemed as if it might easily happen again, and the most transcendent glory I was capable of conceiving was that of figuring, successfully or unsuccessfully, as a Girondist in an English convention. During the winter of 1821, too, Mr. John Austin, with whom at the time of my visit to France my father had but lately become acquainted, kindly allowed me to read Roman law with him. My father, notwithstanding his abhorrence of the chaos of barbarianism called English law, had turned his thoughts towards the bar as on the whole less inequitable for me than any other profession; and these readings with Mr. Austin, who had made Bentham's best ideas his own, and added much to them from other sources and from his own mind, were not only a valuable introduction to legal studies, but an important portion of general education. With Mr. Austin I read Heinsius on the Institutes, his Roman Antiquities, and part of his exposition of the Pandects, to whom was added a considerable portion of Blackstone. It was at the commencement of these studies that my father, as a needful accompaniment to them, put into my hands Bentham's principal speculations, as interpreted to the Continent, and indeed to all the world, by Dumont. In the Traité de Législation, the reading of this book was an epoch in my life, one of the turning points in my mental history. My previous education had been, in a certain sense, already a course of Benthamism. The Benthamic standard of the greatest happiness was that which I had always been taught to apply. I was even familiar with an abstract discussion of it, forming an episode in an unpublished dialogue on government, written by my father on the Platonic model. Yet in the first pages of Bentham it burst upon me with all the force of novelty. What thus impressed me was the chapter in which Bentham passed judgment on the common modes of reasoning in morals and legislation, deduced from phrases like law of nature, right reason, the moral sense, natural rectitude, and the like, and characterized them as dogmatism in disguise, imposing its sentiments on others under cover of sounding expressions which convey no reason for the sentiment, but set up the sentiment as its own reason. It had not struck me before that Bentham's principle put an end to all this. The feeling rushed upon me that all previous moralists were superseded, and that there indeed was the commencement of a new era in thought. This impression was strengthened by the manner in which Bentham put into scientific form the application of the happiness principle to the morality of actions, by analysing the various classes and orders of their consequences. But what struck me at the time most of all was the classification of offences, which is much more clear, compact, and imposing in Dumont's redaction than in the original work of Bentham from which it was taken. Logic and the dialectics of Plato, which had formed so large a part of my previous training, had given me a strong relish for accurate classification. This taste had been strengthened and enlightened by the study of botany on the principles of what is called the natural method, which I had taken up with great zeal, though only as an amusement, during my stay in France. And when I found scientific classification applied to the great and complex subject of punishable acts under the guidance of the ethical principle of pleasurable and painful consequences, followed out in the method of detail introduced into these subjects by Bentham, I felt taken up to an eminence from which I could survey a vast mental domain, and see stretching out into the distance intellectual results beyond all computation. As I proceeded further, there seemed to be added to this intellectual clearness the most inspiring prospects of practical improvement in human affairs. To Bentham's general view of the construction of a body of law I was not altogether a stranger, having read with attention that admirable compendium, my father's article on jurisprudence; but I had read it with little profit and scarcely any interest, no doubt from its extremely general and abstract character, and also because it concerned the form more than the substance of the corpus juris, the logic rather than the ethics of law. But Bentham's subject was legislation, of which jurisprudence is only the formal part, and at every part he seemed to open a clearer and broader conception of what human opinions and institutions ought to be, how they might be made what they ought to be, and how far removed from it they are now. When I laid down the last volume of the Traité, I had become a different being. The principle of utility, understood as Bentham understood it, and applied it in the manner in which he applied it through these 3 volumes, fell exactly into its place through the keystone which held together the detached and fragmentary component parts of my knowledge and beliefs. It gave utility to my conceptions of things. I now had opinions, a creed, a doctrine, a philosophy, in one among the best senses of the word, a religion, the inculcation and diffusion of which could be made the principal outward purpose of a life. And I had a grand conception laid before me of changes to be effected in the condition of mankind through that doctrine. The Traité de Législation wound up with what was to me a most impressive picture of human life, as it would be made by such opinions and such laws as were recommended in the treatise. The anticipations of practicable improvement were studiously moderate, depreciating and discountenancing as reveries of vague enthusiasm many things which will one day seem so natural to human beings, that injustice will probably be done to those who once thought them chimerical. But in my state of mind, the appearance of superiority to illusion added to the effect which Bentham's doctrine produced in me, by heightening the impression of mental power, and the vista of improvement which he did open was sufficiently large and brilliant to light up my life, as well as to give a definite shape to my aspirations. After this I read, from time to time, the most important of the other works of Bentham which had then seen the light, either as written by himself or as edited by Dumont. This was my private reading, while under my father's direction my studies were carried into the higher branches of analytical psychology. I now read Locke's essay, and wrote out an account of it, consisting of a complete abstract of every chapter, with such remarks as occurred to me, which was read by, or I think, to, my father, and discussed throughout. I performed the same process with Helvéticus de l'Esprit, which I read of my own choice. This preparation of abstracts, subject to my father's censorship, was of great service to me, by compelling precision in conceiving and expressing psychological doctrines, whether accepted as truths or not, regarded as the opinion of others. After Helvéticus, my father made me study what he deemed the really master production in the philosophy of mind, Hartley's Observations on Man. This book, though it did not, like Traité de législation, give a new colour to my existence, made a very similar impression on me in regard to its immediate subject. Hartley's explanation, incomplete as in many points it is, of the more complex moral phenomenon by the law of association, commended itself to me at once as a real analysis, and made me feel by contrast the insufficiency of the merely verbal generalizations of Condillac, and even of the instructive groupings and feelings about for psychological explanations of Locke. It was at this very time that my father commenced writing his Analysis of the Mind, which carried Hartley's mode of explaining the mental phenomenon to so much greater length and depth. He could only command the concentration of thought necessary for this work during the complete leisure of his holiday for a month or 6 weeks annually, and he commenced it in the summer of 1822. In the first holiday he passed at Dorking, in which neighbourhood from that time to the end of his life, with the exception of 2 years, he lived, as far as his official duties permitted, for 6 months of every year. He worked at the Analysis during several successive vacations, up to the year 1829, when it was published, and allowed me to read the manuscript portion by portion as it advanced. The other principal English writers on mental philosophy I read as I felt inclined, particularly Berkeley, Hume's Essays, Reid, Dugald Stewart, and Brown on Cause and Effect. Brown's Lectures I did not read until 2 or 3 years later, nor at the time had my father himself read them. Among the works read in the course of this year, which contributed materially to my development, I owe it to mention a book written on the foundation of some of Bentham's manuscripts and published under the pseudonym of Philip Beauchamp, entitled Analysis of the Influence of Natural Religion on the Temporal Happiness of Mankind. This was an examination not of the truth, but of the usefulness of religious belief, in the most general sense, apart from the particularities of any special revelation, which, of all the parts of the discussion concerning religion, is the most important in this age, in which real belief in any religious doctrine is feeble and precarious, but the opinion of its necessity for moral and social purposes almost universal, and when those who reject revelation very generally take refuge in an optimistic deism, a worship of the order of nature, and the supposed course of Providence, at least as full of contradiction and perverting to the moral sentiments as any of the forms of Christianity, if only it is as completely realized. Yet very little with any claim to a philosophical character has been written by skeptics against the usefulness of this form of belief. The volume bearing the name of Philip Beauchamp had this for its special object. Having been shown to my father in manuscript, it was put into my hands by him, and I made a marginal analysis of it, as I had done of the Elements of Political Economy. Next to the Traité de législation, it was one of the books which, by the searching character of its analysis, produced the greatest effect upon me. On reading it lately, after an interval of many years, I find it to have some of the defects, as well as the merits, of the Benthamic modes of thought, and to contain, as I now think, many weak arguments, but with a great overbalance of sound ones, and much good material for a more completely philosophic and conclusive treatment of the subject. I have now, I believe, mentioned all the books which had any considerable effect on my early mental development. From this point I began to carry on my intellectual cultivation by writing still more than reading. In the summer of 1822 I wrote my first argumentative essay. I remember very little about it, except that it was an attack on what I regarded as the aristocratic prejudice that the rich were, or were likely to be, superior in moral qualities to the poor. My performance was entirely argumentative, without any of the declamation which the subject would admit of, and might be expected to support to a young writer. In that department, however, I was and remained very inept. Dry argument was the only thing I could manage or willingly attempt, though passively I was very susceptible to the effect of all composition, whether in the form of poetry or oratory, which appealed to the feelings on any basis of reason. My father, who knew nothing of this essay until it was finished, was well satisfied, and, as I learnt from others, even pleased with it, but perhaps from a desire to promote the exercise of other mental faculties than the purely logical, he advised me to take my next exercise in composition, one of the oratorial kind, on which suggestion, availing myself with my familiarity with Greek history and ideas, and with the Athenian orators, I wrote 2 speeches, one an accusation, the other a defence of Pericles, on a supposed impeachment for not marching out to fight the Lacedaemonians on their invasion of Attica. After this I continued to write papers on subjects often very much beyond my capacity, but with great benefit both from the exercise itself and from the discussions which it led to with my father. I had also to converse on great subjects with the instructed men with whom I came in contact, and the opportunities of such contact naturally became more numerous. The 2 friends of my father from whom I derived most, and with whom I most associated, were Mr. Grote and Mr. John Austin. The acquaintance of both with my father was recent, but had ripened rapidly into intimacy. Mr. Grote was introduced to my father by Mr. Ricardo, I think in 1819, being then about 25 years old, and sought assiduously his society and conversation. Already a highly instructed man, he was yet by the side of my father a tyro in the general subjects of human opinion, but he rapidly seized upon my father's best ideas, and in the department of political opinion he made himself known as early as 1820 by a pamphlet in defence of radical reform, in reply to a celebrated article by Sir James Mackintosh, then lately published in the Edinburgh Review. Mr. Grote's father, the banker, was, I believe, a thorough Tory, and his mother intensely evangelical, so that for his liberal opinions he was in no way indebted to home influences. But, unlike most persons who have the prospect of being rich by inheritance, he had, though actively engaged in the business of banking, devoted a great portion of time to philosophic studies, and his intimacy with my father did much to decide the character of the next stage in his mental progress. Him I often visited, and my conversations with him on politics, moral and philosophical subjects gave me, in addition to much valuable instruction, all the pleasure and benefit of sympathetic communion with a man of the high intellectual and moral experience which his life and writings have since manifested into the world. End of Chapter 3. Last stage of education and first of self-education. Part 1. Recorded by Gary Gilbert. Chapter 3, Part 2. Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Gilbert. Autobiography by John Stuart Mill. Chapter 3, Last Stage of Education and First of Self-Education. Part 2. Mr. Austin, who was 4 or 5 years older than Mr. Grote, was the eldest son of a retired miller in Suffolk, who had made money by contracts during the war, and who must have been a man of remarkable qualities, as I infer from the fact that all his sons were of more than common ability, and all eminently gentlemen. The one with whom we are now concerned, and whose writings on jurisprudence have made him celebrated, was for some time in the army, and served in Sicily under Lord William Bentinck. After the peace he sold his commission and studied for the bar, to which he had been called for some time before my father knew him. He was not, like Mr. Grote, to any extent a pupil of my father, but he had attained, by reading and thought, a considerable number of the same opinions, modified by his own very decided individuality of character. He was a man of great intellectual powers, which in conversation appeared at their very best, from the vigour and richness of expression with which, under the excitement of discussion, he was accustomed to maintain some view or other of most general subjects, and from an appearance of not only strong but deliberate and collected will, mixed with a certain bitterness, partly derived from temperament, and partly from the general cast of his feelings and reflections. The dissatisfaction with life in the world, felt more or less in the present state of society and intellect by every discerning and highly conscientious mind, gave in his case a rather melancholy tinge to the character, very naturally to those whose passive moral susceptibilities are more than proportioned to their active energies. For it must be said that the strength of will of which his manner seemed to give such strong assurance expended itself principally in manner, with great zeal for human improvement, a strong sense of duty, and capabilities and acquirements the extent of which is proved by the writings he has left. He hardly ever completed any intellectual task of magnitude. He had so high a standard of what ought to be done, so exaggerated a sense of deficiencies in his own performances, and was so unable to content himself with the amount of elaboration sufficient for the occasion and the purpose, that he not only spoilt much of his work for ordinary use by over-labouring it, but spent so much time and exertion in superfluous study and thought, that when his task ought to have been completed, he had generally worked himself into an illness without having half finished what he undertook. For this mental infirmity, of which he is not the sole example among the accomplished and the able men whom I have known, combined with liability to frequent attacks of disabling though not dangerous ill health, he accomplished, through life, little in comparison with what he seemed capable of, but what he did produce is held in the very highest estimation by the most competent judges, and, like Coleridge, he might plead as a set-off that he had been to many persons, through his conversation, a source not only of much instruction, but of great elevation of character. On me his influence was most salutary. It was moral in the best sense. He took a sincere and kind interest in me, far beyond what could have been expected towards a mere youth from a man of his age, standing, and what seemed austerity of character. There was in his conversation and demeanour a tone of high-mindedness, which did not show itself so much, if the quality existed as much, in any of the other persons with whom at that time I associated. My intercourse with him was the more beneficial, owing to his being of a different mental type from all other intellectual men whom I frequented, and he from the first set himself decidedly against the prejudices and narrownesses which are almost sure to be found in a young man, formed by a particular mode of thought or a particular social circle. His younger brother, Charles Austin, of whom at this time and for the next year or two I saw much, had also a great effect on me, though of a very different description. He was but a few years older than myself, and had then just left the university, where he had shone with great éclat as a man of intellect, as a brilliant orator and converseur. The effect he produced on his Cambridge contemporaries deserves to be accounted an historical event, for it may in part be traced the tendency toward liberalism in general, and the Benthamic and politico-economic form of it in particular, which showed itself in a portion of the more active-minded young men of the higher classes from this time to 1830. The Union Debating Society at that time, at the height of its reputation, was an arena where what were then thought extreme opinions in politics and philosophy were weekly asserted, face to face with their opposites, before audiences consisting of the elite of the Cambridge youth; and though many persons afterwards of more or less note, of whom Lord Macaulay is the most celebrated, gained their first oratorical laurels in those debates, the really influential mind among these intellectual gladiators was Charles Austin. He continued, after leaving the university, to be, by his conversation and personal ascendancy, a leader among the same class of young men who had been his associates there, and he attached me, among others, to his car. Through him I became acquainted with Macaulay, Hyde, and Charles Villiers, Strutt, now Lord Belper, Romilly, now Lord Romilly and Master of the Rolls, and various others who subsequently figured in literature or politics, and among whom I heard discussions on many topics as yet to a certain degree new to me. The influence of Charles Austin over me differed from that of the persons I have hitherto mentioned, in being not the influence of a man over a boy, but that of an elder contemporary. It was through him that I first felt myself not a pupil under teachers, but a man among men. He was the first person of intellect whom I met on a ground of equality, though as yet much his inferior on that common ground. He was a man who never failed to impress greatly those with whom he came in contact, even when their opinions were the very reverse of his. The impression he gave was that of boundless strength, together with talents which, combined with such apparent force of will and character, seemed capable of dominating the world. Those who knew him, whether friendly to him or not, always anticipated that he would play a conspicuous part in public life. It is seldom that men produce so great an immediate effect by speech, unless they in some degree lay themselves out for it, and he did this in no ordinary degree. He loved to strike, and even to startle. He knew that decision is the greatest element of effect, and he uttered his opinions with all the decision he could throw into them, never so well pleased as when he astonished anyone by their audacity. Very unlike his brother, who made war against the narrow interpretations and applications of the principles they both professed, he, on the contrary, presented the Benthamic doctrines in the most startling form of which they were susceptible, exaggerating everything in them which tended to consequences offensive to anyone's preconceived feelings, all which he defended with such verve and vivacity, and carried off by a manner so agreeable as well as forcible, that he always either came off victor or divided the honours of the field. It is my belief that much of the notion popularly entertained of the tenets and sentiments of what are called Benthamites or utilitarians had its origin in paradoxes thrown out by Charles Austin. It must be said, however, that his example was followed, haud passiva sequus, by younger proselytes, and that to utter whatever was by anyone considered offensive in the doctrines and maxims of Benthamism became at one time the badge of a small coterie of youths. All of these who had anything in them, myself among others, quickly outgrew this boyish vanity, but those who had not became tired of differing from other people, and gave up both the good and the bad part of the heterodox opinions they had for some time professed. It was in the winter of 1822-3 that I formed the plan of a little society, to be composed of young men agreeing in fundamental principles, acknowledging utility as their standard in ethics and politics, and a certain number of the principal corollaries drawn from it in the philosophy I had accepted, and meeting once a fortnight to read essays and discuss questions conformably to the premises thus agreed on. The fact would hardly be worth mentioning, but for the circumstance that the name I gave to the society I had planned was the Utilitarian Society. It was the first time that anyone had taken the title of utilitarian, and the term made its way into the language from this humble source. I did not invent the word, but found it in one of Galt's novels, The Annals of the Parish, in which the Scottish clergyman, for whom the book is a supposed autobiography, is represented as warning his parishioners not to leave the gospel and become utilitarians. With a boy's fondness for a name and a banner, I seized on the word, and for some years called myself and others by it as a sectarian appellation, and it came to be occasionally used by some others holding the opinions which I was intended to designate. As those opinions attracted more notice, the term was repeated by strangers and opponents, and got into rather common use, just about the time when those who had originally assumed it laid down that, along with other sectarian characteristics, the society so called consisted at first of no more than 3 members, one of whom, being Mr. Bentham's amanuensis, obtained for us permission to hold our meetings in his house. The number never, I think, reached 10, and the society was broken up in 1826. It had thus an existence of about 3 years and a half. The chief effect of it, as regards myself, over and above the benefit of practice in oral discussion, was that of bringing me in contact with several young men at that time less advanced than myself, among whom, as they professed the same opinions, I was for some time a sort of leader, and had considerable influence on their mental progress. Any young man of education who fell in my way, and whose opinions were not incompatible with those of the society, I endeavoured to press into its service, and some others I probably should never have known had they not joined it. Those of the members who became my intimate companions, no one of whom was in any sense of the word a disciple, but all of them independent thinkers on their own basis, were William Eaton Tooke, son of the eminent political economist, a young man of singular worth, both moral and intellectual, lost to the world by an early death; his friend William Ellis, an original thinker in the field of political economy, now honourably known by his apostolic exertions for the improvement of education; Sir George Graham, afterwards official assignee of the Bankruptcy Court, a thinker of originality and power on almost all abstract subjects, and, from the time when he came first to England to study for the bar in 1824 or 1825, a man who has made considerably more noise in the world than any of these, John Arthur Roebuck. In May 1823 my professional occupation and status for the next 35 years of my life were decided by my father's obtaining for me an appointment from the East India Company in the office of the Examiner of India Correspondence, immediately under himself. I was appointed in the usual manner at the bottom of the list of clerks, to rise, at least in the first instance, by seniority, but with the understanding that I should be employed from the beginning in preparing drafts of dispatches, and be thus trained up as a successor to those who then filled the higher departments of the office. My drafts, of course, required for some time much revision from my immediate superiors, but I soon became well acquainted with the business, and by my father's instructions and the general growth of my own powers, I was in a few years qualified to be, and practically was, the chief conductor of the correspondence with India in one of the leading departments, that of the native states. This continued to be my official duty until I was appointed examiner, only 2 years before the time when the abolition of the East India Company as a political body determined my retirement. I do not know any one of the occupations by which a subsistence can now be gained more suitable than such as this to any one who, not being in independent circumstances, desires to devote a part of the 24 hours to private intellectual pursuits. Writing for the press cannot be recommended as a permanent resource to anyone qualified to accomplish anything in the higher departments of literature or thought, not only on account of the uncertainty of this means of livelihood, especially if the writer has a conscience, and will not consent to serve any opinions except his own, but also because the writings by which one can live are not the writings which themselves live, and are never those in which the writer does his best. Books destined to form future thinkers take too much time to write, and when written come, in general, too slowly into notice and repute, to be relied upon for sustenance. Those who have to support themselves by their pen must depend on literary drudgery, or at best on writings addressed to the multitude, and can employ in the pursuits of their own choice only such time as they can spare from those of necessity, which is generally less than the leisure allowed by office occupations, while the effect on the mind is far more enervating and fatiguing. For my own part, I have through life found office duties an actual rest from the other mental occupations which I have carried on simultaneously with them. They were sufficiently intellectual not to be a distasteful drudgery, without being such as to cause any strain upon the mental powers of a person used to abstract thought, or to the labour of careful literary composition. The drawbacks, for every mode of life has its drawbacks, were not, however, unfelt by me. I cared little for the loss of the chances of riches and honours held by some of the professions, particularly the bar, which had been, as I have already said, the profession thought of for me. But I was not indifferent to exclusion from Parliament and public life, and I felt very sensibly the more immediate unpleasantness of confinement to London, the holiday allowed by India House practice not exceeding a month in the year, while my taste was strong for a country life, and my sojourn in France had left behind it an ardent desire for travelling. But though these tastes could not be freely indulged, they were at no time entirely sacrificed. I passed most Sundays throughout the year in the country, taking long rural walks on that day even when residing in London. The month's holiday was, for a few years, passed at my father's house in the country. Afterwards, a part or the whole was spent in tours, chiefly pedestrian, with one or more of the young men who were my chosen companions, and at a later period in longer journeys or excursions, alone or with other friends. France, Belgium, and Rhenish Germany were within easy reach of the annual holiday, and 2 longer absences, one of 3, the other of 6 months, under medical advice, added Switzerland, the Tyrol, and Italy to my list. Fortunately also both these journeys occurred rather early, so as to give the benefit and charm of the remembrance to a large portion of my life. I am disposed to agree with what has been surmised by others, that the opportunity which my official position gave me of learning by personal observation the necessary conditions of the practical conduct of public affairs has been of considerable value to me as a theoretical reformer of the opinions and institutions of my time. Not indeed that public business transacted on paper to take effect on the other side of the globe was of itself calculated to give much practical knowledge of life, but the occupation accustomed me to see and hear the difficulties of every course, and the merits of obviating them, stated and discussed deliberately with a view to execution. It gave me opportunities of perceiving when public measures and other political facts did not produce the effects which had been expected of them, and from what causes. Above all, it was valuable to me by making me in this portion of my activity merely one wheel in a machine. I should have had no one to consult but myself, and should have entered in my speculations none of the obstacles which would have started up whenever they came to be applied to practice. But as a secretary conducting political correspondence, I could not issue an order or express an opinion without satisfying various persons very unlike myself that the thing was fit to be done. I was thus in a good position for finding out by practice the mode of putting a thought which gives it easiest admittance to minds not prepared for it by habit. While I became particularly conversant with the difficulties of moving bodies of men, the necessities of compromise, the art of sacrificing the non-essential to preserve the essential, I learnt how to obtain the best I could when I could not obtain everything. Instead of being indulgent or dispirited because I could not have entirely my own way, to be pleased and encouraged when I could have the smallest part of it, and when even that could not be, to bear with complete equanimity the being overruled altogether. I have found through life these acquisitions to be of the greatest possible importance for personal happiness, and they are also a very necessary condition for enabling anyone, whether as theorist or as practical man, to effect the greater amount of good compatible with his opportunities. End of Chapter 3. Last Stages of Education and First of Self-Education, Part 2. Recorded by Gary Gilbert. Chapter 4, Part 1 of Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Gilbert. Autobiography by John Stuart Mill. Chapter 4, Youthful Propagandism, The Westminster Review, Part 1. The occupation of so much of my time by office work did not relax my attention to my own pursuits, which were never carried on more vigorously. It was about this time that I began to write in newspapers. The first writings of mine which got into print were 2 letters published towards the end of 1822 in the Traveller evening newspaper. The Traveller, which afterwards grew into the Globe and Traveller by the purchase and incorporation of the Globe, was then the property of the well-known political economist Colonel Torrance, and under the editorship of an able man, Mr. Walter Colson, who, after being an amanuensis of Mr. Bentham, became a reporter, then an editor, next a barrister and conveyancer, and died counsel to the Home Office. It had become one of the most important newspaper organs of liberal politics. Colonel Torrance himself wrote much of the political economy of his paper, and had at this time made an attack upon some opinions of Ricardo and my father, to which, at my father's instigation, I attempted an answer, and Colson, out of consideration for my father and goodwill to me, inserted it. There was a reply by Torrance, to which I again rejoined. I soon after attempted something considerably more ambitious. The prosecutions of Richard Carlile and his wife and sister for publications hostile to Christianity were then exciting much attention, and nowhere more than among the people I frequented. Freedom of discussion, even in politics, much more in religion, was at that time far from being, even in theory, the conceded point, which it at least seems to be now, and the holders of obnoxious opinions had to be always ready to argue and re-argue for the liberty of expressing them. I wrote a series of 5 letters under the signature of Wycliffe, going over the whole length and breadth of the question of free publication of all opinions on religion, and offered them to the Morning Chronicle. 3 of them were published in January and February 1823. The other 2, containing things too outspoken for that journal, never appeared at all. A debate in the House of Commons was inserted as a leading article, and during the whole of this year, 1823, a considerable number of my contributions were printed in the Chronicle and Traveller. Sometimes notices of books, but oftener letters, commenting on some nonsense talked in Parliament, or some other defect of the law, or misdoings of the magistracy of the courts of justice. In this last department the Chronicle was now rendering signal service. After the death of Mr. Perry, the editorship and management of the paper had devolved on Mr. John Black, long a reporter on its establishment, a man of most extreme reading and information, great honesty and simplicity of mind, a particular friend of my father, imbued with many of his and Bentham's ideas, which he reproduced in his articles, among other valuable thoughts, with great facility and skill. From this time the Chronicle ceased to be the merely Whig organ it was before, and during the next 10 years became to a considerable extent a vehicle of the opinions of the utilitarian radicals. This was mainly by what Black himself wrote, with some assistance from von Bloch, who first showed his eminent qualities as a writer by articles and jeux d'esprit in the Chronicle. The defects of the law and of the administration of justice were the subject on which that paper rendered most service to improvement. Up to that time hardly a word has been said, except by Bentham and my father, against the most peccant part of English institutions and of their administration. It was the almost universal creed of establishment, that the law of England, the judicature of England, the unpaid magistracy of England, were models of excellence. I do not go beyond the mark in saying that after Bentham, who supplied the principal materials, the greatest share of the merit of breaking down this wretched superstition belongs to Black, as editor of the Morning Chronicle. He kept up an incessant fire against it, exposing the absurdities and vices of the law and the course of justice, paid and unpaid, until he forced some sense of them into the people's minds. On many other questions he became the organ of opinions, much in advance of any which had ever before found regular advocacy in the newspaper press. Black was a frequent visitor of my father, and Mr. Grote used to say that he always knew by the Monday morning's article whether Black had been with my father on the Sunday. Black was one of the most influential of the many channels through which my father's conversation and personal influence made his opinions tell on the world, operating with the effect of his writings in making him a power to the country such as it has rarely been the lot of an individual in a private station to be, through the mere force of intellect and character, and a power which was often acting the most efficiently where it was least seen and suspected. I have already noticed how much of it was done by Ricardo, Hume, and Grote was the result, in part, of his prompting and persuasion. He was the good genius by the side of Brougham in most of what he did for the public, either on education, law reform, or any other subject, and his influence flowed in minor streams too numerous to be specified. This influence was now about to receive a great extension by the foundation of the Westminster Review. Contrary to what may have been supposed, my father was in no degree a party to setting up the Westminster Review. The need of a radical organ to make head against the Edinburgh and Quarterly, then in the period of their greatest reputation and influence, had been a topic of conversation between him and Mr. Bentham many years earlier, and it had been a part of their chateau in Espagne that my father should be the editor, but the idea never assumed any practical shape. In 1823, however, Mr. Bentham determined to establish the Review at his own cost, and offered the editorship to my father, who declined it as incompatible with his India House appointment. It was then entrusted to Mr. (now Sir John) Bowring, at that time a merchant in the city. Mr. Bowring had been for 2 or 3 years previous an assiduous frequenter of Mr. Bentham, to whom he was recommended by many personal good qualities, by an ardent admiration for Bentham, a zealous adoption of many, though not all, of his opinions, and, not least, by an extensive acquaintanceship and correspondence with liberals of all countries, which seemed to qualify him for being a powerful agent in spreading Bentham's fame and doctrines through all quarters of the world. My father had seen little of Bowring, but knew enough of him to have formed a strong opinion that he was a man of an entirely different type from what my father considered suitable for conducting a political and philosophical review, and he augured so ill of the enterprise that he regretted it altogether, feeling persuaded not only that Mr. Bentham would lose his money, but that discredit would probably be brought upon radical principles. He could not, however, desert Mr. Bentham, and he consented to write an article for the first number. As it had been a favourite portion of the scheme formerly talked of, that part of the work should be devoted to reviewing the other reviews, this article of my father's was to be a general criticism of the Edinburgh Review from its commencement. Before writing it, he made me read through all the volumes of the Review, or as much of each as seemed of any importance, which was not so arduous a task in 1823 as it would be now, and make notes for him of the articles which I thought he would wish to examine, either on account of their good or their bad qualities. This paper of my father's was the chief cause of the sensation which the Westminster Review produced at its first appearance, and is, both in conception and in execution, one of the most striking of all his writings. He began by an analysis of the tendencies of periodical literature in general, pointing out that it cannot, like books, wait for success, but must succeed immediately or not at all, and is hence almost certain to profess and inculcate the opinions already held by the public to which it addresses itself, instead of attempting to rectify or improve those opinions. He next, to characterize the position of the Edinburgh Review as a political organ, entered into a complete analysis, from the radical point of view, of the British Constitution. He held up to notice its thoroughly aristocratic character, the nomination of a majority of the House of Commons by a few hundred families, the entire identification of the more in the country members with the great landholders, the different classes whom this narrow oligarchy was induced, for convenience, to admit to a share of power, and finally, what he called its two props, the Church and the legal profession. He pointed out the natural tendency of an aristocratic body of this composition to group itself into two parties, one of them in possession of the executive, the other endeavouring to supplant the former, and become the predominant section by the aid of public opinion, without any essential sacrifice of the aristocratical predominance. He described the course likely to be pursued and the political ground occupied by an aristocratic party in opposition, coquetting with popular principles for the sake of popular support. He showed how this idea was realized in the conduct of the Whig party, and of the Edinburgh Review as its chief literary organ. He described as their main characteristic what he termed seesaw, writing alternatively on both sides of the question which touched the power or interest of the governing classes, sometimes in different articles, sometimes in different parts of the same article, and illustrated his position by copious specimens. So formidable an attack on the Whig party and policy had never before been made, nor had so great a blow ever been struck in this country for radicalism, nor was there, I believe, any living person capable of writing that article except my father. The continuation of this article in the second number of the Review was written by me under my father's eye, and, except as practice in composition, in which respect it was to me more useful than anything else I ever wrote, was of little or no value. In the meantime, the nascent Review had formed a junction with another project of a purely literary periodical, to be edited by Mr. Henry Southern, afterwards a diplomatist, then a literary man by profession. The two editors agreed to unite their corps and divide the editorship, Bowring taking the political, Southern the literary department. Southern's Review was to have been published by Longman, and that firm, though part proprietors of the Edinburgh, were willing to be the publishers of the new journal. But when all the arrangements had been made and the prospectus sent out, Longmans saw my father's attack on the Edinburgh and drew back. My father was now appealed to for his interest with his own publisher, Baldwin, which was exerted with a successful result, and so in April 1824, amidst anything but hope on my father's part, and that of the most of those who afterwards aided in carrying out the review, the first number made its appearance. That number was an agreeable surprise to most of us. The average of the articles was of much better quality than had been expected. The literary and artistic department had rested chiefly on Mr. Bingham, a barrister, subsequently a police magistrate, who had been for some years a frequenter of Bentham, was a friend of both the Austins, and had adopted with great ardour Mr. Bentham's philosophical opinions. Partly from accident, there were in the first number as many as 5 articles by Bingham, and we were extremely pleased with them. I well remember the mixed feeling I myself had about the review: the joy of finding, what we did not at all expect, that it was sufficiently good to be capable of being made a creditable organ of those who held the opinions it professed, and extreme vexation, since it was so good on the whole, at what we thought the blemishes of it. When, however, in addition to our generally favourable opinion of it, we learned that it had an extraordinary large sale for a first number, and found that the appearance of a radical review, with pretensions equal to those of the established organs of parties, had excited much attention, there could be no room for hesitation, and we all became eager in doing everything we could to strengthen and improve it. My father continued to write occasional articles. The Quarterly Review received its exposure as a sequel to that of the Edinburgh. Of his other contributions, the most important were an attack on Southey's Book of the Church, in the 5th number, and a political article in the 12th. Mr. Austin only contributed one paper, but one of great merit, an argument against primogeniture, in reply to an article then lately published in the Edinburgh Review by McCulloch. Grote also was a contributor only once, all the time he could spare being already taken up with his History of Greece. The article he wrote was on his own subject, and was a very complete exposure and castigation of Mitford. Bingham and Charles Austin continued to write for some time. Fonblanque was a frequent contributor from the 3rd number. Of my particular associates, Ellis was a regular writer up to the 9th number, and about that time when he left off, others of the set began. Eaton took Graham and Roebuck. I was myself the most frequent writer of all, having contributed from the 2nd number to the 18th 13 articles, reviews of books on history and political economy, or discussions on special political topics, as corn laws, game laws, laws of libel. Occasional articles of merit came in from other acquaintances of my father's, and in time of mine, and some of Mr. Bowring's writers turned out well. On the whole, however, the conduct of a review was never satisfactory to any of the persons strongly interested in its principles with whom I came in contact. Hardly ever did a number come out without containing several things extremely offensive to us, either in points of opinion, of taste, or by mere want of ability. The unfavourable judgments passed by my father, Grote, the 2 Austins, and others, were re-echoed with exaggeration by us younger people, and as our youthful zeal rendered us by no means backward in making complaints, we led the 2 editors a sad life. From my knowledge of what I then was, I have no doubt that we were at least as often wrong as right, and I am very certain that if the review had been carried on according to our notions, I mean those of the juniors, it would have been no better, perhaps not even as good as it was. But it is worth noting as a fact in the history of Benthamism, that the periodical organ by which it was best known was from the first extremely unsatisfactory to those whose opinions on all subjects it was supposed specially to represent. Meanwhile, however, the review made considerable noise in the world, and gave a recognized status, in the area of opinion and discussion, to the Benthamic type of radicalism, out of all proportion to the number of its adherents, and to the personal merits and abilities at that time of most of those who could be reckoned among them. It was a time, as is known, of rapidly rising liberalism. When the fears and animosities accompanying the war with France had been brought to an end, and people had once more a place in their thoughts for home politics, the tide began to set towards reform. The renewed oppression of the Continent by the old reigning families, the countenance apparently given by the English government to the conspiracy against liberty called the Holy Alliance, and the enormous weight of the national debt and taxation occasioned by so long and costly a war, rendered the government and Parliament very unpopular. Radicalism under the leadership of the Burdetts and Colberts had assumed a character and importance which seriously alarmed the administration, and their alarm had scarcely been temporarily assuaged by the celebrated 6 Acts, when the trial of Queen Caroline roused a still wider and deeper feeling of hatred. Though the outward signs of this hatred passed away with its exciting cause, there arose on all sides a spirit which had never shown itself before, of opposition to abuse in detail. Mr. Hume's persevering scrutiny of the public expenditure, forcing the House of Commons to a division on every objectionable item in the estimates, had begun to tell with great force on public opinion, and had extorted many minor retrenchments from an unwilling administration. Political economy had asserted itself with great vigour in public affairs by the petition of the merchants of London for free trade, drawn up in 1820 by Mr. Tooke, and presented by Mr. Alexander Baring, and by the noble exertions of Ricardo during the few years of his parliamentary life. His writings followed up the impulse given by the bullion controversy, and followed up in their turn by the expositions and comments of my father and McCulloch, whose writings in the Edinburgh Review during these years were most valuable, had drawn general attention to the subject, making at least partial converts of the cabinet itself, and Huskinson, supported by Canning, and commenced that gradual demolition of the protective system which one of their colleagues virtually completed in 1846, though the vast vestiges were only swept away by Mr. Gladstone in 1860. Mr. Peel, then Home Secretary, was entering cautiously into the untrodden and peculiar Benthamic path of law reform, at this period when liberalism seemed to be becoming the tone of the time, when improvement of institutions was preached from the highest places, and a complete change of the constitution of Parliament was loudly demanded in the lowest. It is not strange that attention should have been roused by the regular appearance in controversy of what seemed a new school of writers, claiming to be the legislators and theorists of this new tendency. The air of strong conviction with which they wrote, when scarcely anyone else seemed to have an equally strong faith in as definite a creed, the boldness with which they tilted against the very front of both the existing political parties and their uncompromising profession of opposition to many of the generally received opinions, and the suspicion they lay under of holding others still more heterodox, that they professed, the talent and verve of at least my father's articles, and the appearance of a corps behind him sufficient to carry on a review, and finally the fact that the review was bought and read, made the so-called Bentham school in philosophy and politics fill a greater place in the public mind than it had held before, or has ever again held since other equally earnest schools of thought have arisen in England. As I was in the headquarters of it, knew of what it was composed, and as one of the most active of its very small number, might say without undue assumption, quorum pa magna fui, it belongs to me more than to most others to give some account of it. This supposed school, then, had no other existence than what was constituted by the fact that my father's writings and conversation drew around him a certain number of young men who had already imbibed, or who imbibed from him, a greater or smaller portion of his very decided political and philosophical opinions. The notion that Bentham was surrounded by a band of disciples who received their opinions from his lips is a fable to which my father did justice in his fragment on Mackintosh, and which, to all who knew Mr. Bentham's habits of life and manner of conversation, is simply ridiculous. The influence which Bentham exercised by his writings, through them he has produced and is producing effects on the condition of mankind, wider and deeper, no doubt, than any which can be attributed to my father. He is a much greater name in history, but my father exercised a far greater personal ascendancy. He was sought for the vigour and instructiveness of his conversation, and did use it largely as an instrument for the diffusion of his opinions. I have never known any man who could do such ample justice to his best thoughts in colloquial discussion. His perfect command over his great mental resources, the terseness and expressiveness of his language, the moral earnestness as well as intellectual force of his delivery, made him one of the most striking of all argumentative conversers, and he was full of anecdote, a hearty laughter, and, when with people whom he liked, a most lively and amusing companion. It was not solely, or even chiefly, in diffusing his merely intellectual convictions that his power showed itself. It was still more through the influence of a quality of which I have only since learnt to appreciate the extreme rarity, that exalted public spirit and regarded above all things to the good of the whole, which warmed into life and activity every germ of a similar virtue that existed in the minds he came in contact with. The desire he made them feel for his approbation, the shame at his disapproval, the moral support which his conversation and his very existence gave to those who were aiming at the same objects, and the encouragement he afforded to the faint-hearted or desponding among them, by the firm confidence which, though the reverse of sanguine as to the results to be expected in any one particular case, he always felt in the power of reason, the general progress of improvement, and the good which individuals could do by judicious effort. End of Chapter 4. Youthful Propagandism. The Westminster Review. Part 1. Recording by Gary Gilbert. Chapter 4, Part 2 of Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Gilbert. Autobiography by John Stuart Mill. Chapter 4, Youthful Propagandism. The Westminster Review. Part 2. It was my father's opinions which gave the distinguishing character to the Benthamic or utilitarian propagandism of that time. They fell singularly, scattered from him in many directions, but they flowed from him in a continued stream, principally in three channels. One was through me, the only mind directly formed by his instruction, and through whom considerable influence was excited over various young men, who became in their turn propagandists. A second was through some of the Cambridge contemporaries of Charles Austin, who, either initiated by him or under the gentle mental impulse which he gave, had adopted many opinions allied to those of my father, and some of the more considerable of whom afterwards sought my father's acquaintance and frequented his house. Among these may be mentioned Strutt, afterwards Lord Belper, and the present Lord Romilly, with whose eminent father, Sir Samuel, my father, had of old been on terms of friendship. The third channel was that of a younger generation of Cambridge undergraduates, contemporary, not with Austin, but with Elton Tooke, who were drawn to that estimable person by affinity of opinions, and introduced to him by my father. The most notable of these was Charles Buller. Various other persons individually received and transmitted a considerable amount of my father's influence, for example, Black, as before mentioned, and Fonblanque, Most of these, however, were accounted only partial allies. Von Bloch, for instance, was always divergent from us on many important points. But indeed there was by no means complete unanimity among any portion of us, nor had any of us adopted implicitly all of my father's opinions. For example, although his Essay on Government was regarded probably by all of us as a masterpiece of political wisdom, our adhesion by no means extended to the paragraph of it in which he maintains that women may, consistently with good government, be excluded from the suffrage, because their interest is the same as that of men. From this doctrine I, and all those who formed my chosen associates, most positively dissented. It is due to my father to say that he denied having intended to affirm that women should be excluded any more than men under the age of 40, concerning whom he maintained in the very next paragraph an exactly similar thesis. He was, as he truly said, not discussing whether the suffrage had better be restricted, but only, assuming that it is to be restricted, what is the utmost limit of restriction which does not necessarily involve a sacrifice of the securities for good government. But I thought then, and I have always thought since, that the opinion which he acknowledged, no less than that which he disclaimed, is as great an error as any of those against which the essay was directed, that the interest of women is included in that of men exactly as much as the interest of subjects is included in that of kings, and no more, and that every reason which exists for giving the suffrage to anybody demands that it should not be withheld from women. This was also the general opinion of the younger proselytes, and it is pleasant to be able to say that Mr. Bentham, on this important point, was wholly on our side. But though none of us, probably, agreed in every respect with my father, his opinions, as I have said before, were the principal element which gave its colour and character to the little group of young men who were the first propagators of what was afterwards called philosophic radicalism. Their mode of thinking was not characterized by Benthamism in any sense which was relation to Bentham as a chief or guide, but rather by a combination of Bentham's point of view with that of the modern political economy, and with the Hartleian metaphysics. Malthus' population principle was quite as much a banner and point of union among us as any opinion, especially belonging to Bentham. This great doctrine, originally brought forward as an argument against the indefinite improvability of human affairs, we took up with an ardent zeal in the contrary sense, as indicating the sole means of realizing that improvability by securing full employment at high wages to the whole labouring population through a voluntary restriction of the increase of their numbers. The other leading characteristic of the creed, which we held in common with my father, may be stated as follows. In politics, an almost unbounded confidence in the efficacy of two things: representative government and complete freedom of discussion. So complete was my father's reliance on the influence of reason over the minds of mankind, whenever it is allowed to reach them, that he felt as if all would be gained if the whole population were taught to read, if all sorts of opinions were allowed to be addressed to them by word and in writing, and if by means of the suffrage they could nominate a legislature to give effect to the opinions they adopted. He thought that when the legislature no longer represented a class interest, it would aim at the general interest, honestly and with adequate wisdom, since the people would be sufficiently under the guidance of educated intelligence to make in general a good choice of persons to represent them, and having done so, to leave it to those whom they had chosen a liberal discretion. Accordingly, aristocratic rule, the government of the few in any of its shapes, being in his eyes the only thing which stood between mankind and an administration of their affairs by the best wisdom to be found among them, was the object of his sternest disapprobation, and a democratic suffrage the principal article of his political creed, not on the ground of liberty, rights of man, or any of the phrases, more or less significant, by which up to that time democracy had usually been defended, but as the most essential of securities for good government. In this, too, he held fast only to what he deemed essentials. He was comparatively indifferent to monarchical or republican forms, far more so than Bentham, to whom a king in the character of corrupter general appeared necessarily very obnoxious. Next to the aristocracy, an established church or corporation of priests, as being by position the great depravers of religion, and interested in opposing the progress of the human mind, was the object of his greatest detestation, though he disliked no clergyman personally who did not deserve it, and he was on terms of sincere friendship with several. In ethics his moral feelings were energetic and rapid on all points which he deemed important to human well-being, while he was supremely indifferent in opinion, though his indifference did not show itself in personal conduct, to all those doctrines of the common morality which he thought had no foundation but in asceticism and priestcraft. He looked forward, for example, to a considerable increase of freedom in the relations between the sexes, though without pretending to define exactly what would be, or ought to be, the precise condition of that freedom. His opinion was connected in him with no sensuality either of a theoretical or of a practical kind. He anticipated, on the contrary, as one of the beneficial effects of increased freedom, that the imagination would no longer dwell upon the principal objects of life, a perversion of the imagination and feelings which he regarded as one of the deepest seated and most pervading evils in the human mind. In psychology, his fundamental doctrine was the formation of all human character by circumstances, through the universal principle of association, and the consequent unlimited possibility of improving the moral and intellectual condition of mankind by education. Of all his doctrines, none was more important than this, or needs more to be insisted on. Unfortunately, there is none which is more contradictory to the prevailing tendencies of speculation, both in his time and since. These various opinions were seized upon with youthful fanaticism by the little knot of young men of whom I was one, and we put into them a secular spirit from which, in intention at least, my father was wholly free. What we, or rather a phantom substituted in the place of us, were sometimes, by a ridiculous exaggeration, called by others, namely a school, some of us for a time really hoped and aspired to me. The French philosophes of the 18th century were the examples we sought to imitate, and we hoped to accomplish no less results. No one of us went in so great excesses in his boyish ambition as I did, which might be shown by many particulars, were it not for a useless waste of space and time. All this, however, is probably only the outside of our existence, or at least the intellectual part alone, and no part than one side of that. In attempting to penetrate inward, and give any indication of what we were as human beings, I must be understood as speaking only of myself, of whom alone I can speak from sufficient knowledge, and I do not believe that the picture would suit any of my companions without many and great modifications. I conceive that the description so often given of a Benthamite as a mere reasoning machine, though extremely inapplicable to most of those who have been designated by that title, was, during 2 or 3 years of my life, not altogether untrue of me. It was perhaps as applicable to me as it can well be to anyone just entering into life, to whom the common objects of desire must in general have at least the attraction of novelty. There is nothing very extraordinary in this fact. No youth of the age I then was can be expected to be more than one thing, and this was the thing I happened to be. Ambition and desire of distinction I had in abundance, and zeal for what I thought the good of mankind was my strongest sentiment. mixing with and colouring all others. But my zeal was as yet little else, at that period of my life, than zeal for speculative opinions. It had not its root in genuine benevolence or sympathy with mankind, though these qualities had their due place in my ethical standard. Nor was it connected with any high enthusiasm for ideal nobleness. Yet of this feeling I was imaginatively very susceptible. But there was at that time an intermission of its natural ailment, poetical culture, while there was a superabundance of the discipline antagonistic to it, that of mere logic and analysis. Add to this that, as already mentioned, my father's teachings tended to the undervaluing of feeling. It was not that he was himself cold-hearted or insensible. I believe it was rather from the contrary quality. He thought that feeling could take care of itself, that there was sure to be enough of it if actions were properly cared about. Offended by the frequency with which, in ethical and philosophical controversies, feeling is made the ultimate reason and justification of conduct, instead of being itself called in for a justification, while, in practice, actions, the effect of which on human happiness is mischievous, are defended as being required by feeling, and the character of a person of feeling obtains a credit for desert which he thought only due to actions. He had a real impatience of attributing praise to feeling, or to any but the most sparing reference to it, either in the estimation of persons or in the discussion of things. In addition to the influence which this characteristic in him had on me and others, we found all the opinions to which we attained most importance consistently attacked on the ground of feeling. Utility was denounced as cold calculation, political economy as hard-hearted, anti-population doctrines as repulsive to the natural feelings of mankind. We retorted by the word sentimentality, which, along with declamation and vague generalities, served us as common items of approbation. Although we were generally in the right, as against those who were opposed to us, the effect was that of the cultivation of feeling, except the feelings of public and private duty, was not in much esteem among us, and had very little place in the thoughts of most of us, myself in particular. What we particularly thought of was to alter people's opinions, to make them believe according to evidence, and to know what was their real interest, which, when they once knew, they would, we thought, by the instruments of opinion, enforce a regard to it upon one another. While fully recognizing the superior excellence of unselfish benevolence and love of justice, we did not expect the regeneration of mankind from any direct action on those sentiments, but from the effect of educated intellect, enlightening the selfish feelings. Although this last is prodigiously important as a means of improvement in the hands of those who are themselves impelled by nobler principles of action, I do not believe that any one of the survivors of the Benthamites or utilitarians of that day now relies mainly upon it to the general amendment of human conduct. From this neglect, both in theory and in practice, of the cultivation of feeling, naturally resulted, among other things, an undervaluing of poetry and of imagination generally as an element of human nature. It is or was part of the popular notion of the Benthamites that they are enemies of poetry. This was partly true of Bentham himself. He used to say that all poetry is misrepresentation, but in the sense in which he said it, the same might have been said of all impressive speech, of all representation or inclusion more oratorical in its character than a sum in arithmetic. An article of Bentham's in the first number of the Westminster Review, in which he offered as an explanation of something which he disliked in Moore, that Mr. Moore is a poet, and therefore is not a reasoner, did a good deal to attach the notion of hating poetry to the writers of the Review. But the truth was that many of us were great readers of poetry. Bingham himself had been a writer of it, while as regards me, and the same thing might be said of my father, the correct statement would be, not that I disliked poetry, but that I was theoretically indifferent to it. I disliked any sentiments in poetry which I should have disliked in prose, and that included a great deal, and I was wholly blind to its place in human culture as a means of educating the feelings. But I was personally very susceptible to some kinds of it. In the most sectarian period of my Benthamism, I happened to look into Pope's Essay on Man, and though every opinion in it was contrary to mine, I well remembered how powerfully it acted on my imagination. Perhaps at the time poetical composition of any higher type than eloquent discussion in verse might not have produced a similar effect upon me. At all events, I seldom gave it an opportunity. This, however, was a mere passive state. Long before I had enlarged in any considerable degree the basis of my intellectual creed, I had obtained, in the natural course of my mental progress, poetic culture of the most valuable kind, by means of reverential admiration for the lives and characters of heroic persons, especially the heroes of philosophy. The same inspiring effect which so many of the benefactors of mankind have left on record that they had experienced from Plutarch's Lives was produced on me by Plato's Pictures of Socrates, and by some modern biographers, above all Condorcet's Life of Turgot, a book well calculated to rouse the best sort of enthusiasm, since it contains one of the wisest and noblest of lives, delineated by one of the wisest and noblest of men. The heroic virtue of these glorious representatives of the opinions with which I sympathized deeply affected me, and I perpetually recurred to them as others do to a favourite poet, when, needing to be carried up into the more elevated regions of feeling and thought. I may observe by the way that this book cured me of my sectarian follies. The 2 or 3 pages beginning Il regarde traite secte comme nuisible, and explaining why Turgot always kept himself perfectly distinct from the encyclopedists, sank deeply into my mind. I left off designating myself and others as utilitarians, and by the pronoun we or any other collective designation. I ceased to affecter sectarianism. My real inward sectarianism I did not get rid of till later, and much more gradually. By the end of 1824, beginning of 1825, Mr. Bentham, having lately got back his papers on evidence from M. Dumont, whose Traité des Perversités Judiciaires, grounded on them, was then first completed and published, resolved to have them printed in the original, and bethought himself of me as capable of preparing them for the press, in the same manner as his Book of Fallacies had been recently edited by Bingham. I gladly undertook this task, and it occupied nearly all my leisure for about a year, exclusive of the time afterwards spent in seeing the 5 large volumes through the press. Mr. Bentham had begun the treatise 3 times, at considerable intervals, each time in a different manner, and each time without reference to the preceding 2 of the 3 times he had gone over nearly the whole subject. These 3 masses of manuscript it was my business to condense into a single treatise, adapting the one last written as the groundwork, and incorporating with it as much of the 2 others as it had not completely superseded. I had also to unroll such of Bentham's involved and parenthetical sentences as seemed to overpass by their complexity the measure of what readers were likely to take the pains to understand. It was further Mr. Bentham's particular desire that I should from myself endeavour to supply any lacunae which he had left, and at his insistence I read, for this purpose, the most authoritative treatise on the English law of evidence, and commented on a few of the objectionable points of the English rules which had escaped Bentham's notice. I also replied to the objections which had been made to some of his doctrines by reviewers of Dumas' book, and added a few supplementary remarks on some of the more abstract parts of the subject, such as the theory of improbability and impossibility. The controversial part of these editorial editions was written in a more assuming tone than became one so young and inexperienced as I was. But indeed I had never contemplated coming forward in my own person, and as an anonymous editor of Bentham I fell into the tone of my author, not thinking it unsuitable to him, or to the subject, however it might be so to me. My name as editor was put to the book after it was printed, Mr. Bentham's positive desire, which I in vain attempted to persuade him to forego. The time occupied in this editorial work was extremely well employed in respect to my own improvement. The rationale of judicial evidence is one of the richest in matter of all Bentham's productions, the theory of evidence being in itself one of the most important of his subjects, and ramifying into most of the others. The book contains, very fully developed, a great proportion of his best thoughts, while among more special things it comprises the most elaborate exposure of the vices and defects of English law as it then was, which is to be found in his works, not confined to the law of evidence, but including by way of illustrative episode the entire procedure or practice of Westminster Hall. The direct knowledge, therefore, which I obtained from the book, and which was imprinted upon me much more thoroughly than it could have been by mere reading, was itself no small acquisition. But this occupation did for me what might seem less to be expected. It gave a great start to my powers of composition. Everything which I wrote subsequently to this editorial employment was markedly superior to anything that I had written before it. Bentham's later style, as the world knows, was heavy and cumbersome from the excess of a good quality, the love of precision, which made him introduce clause within clause into the heart of every sentence, that the reader might receive into his mind the modifications and qualifications simultaneously with the main proposition; and the habit grew on him until his sentences became, to those not accustomed to them, most laborious reading. But his earlier style, that of the Fragment on Government, Plan of a Judicial Establishment, etc., is a model of liveliness and ease combined with fullness of matter scarcely ever surpassed, and of his earlier style there was mainly striking specimens in the manuscripts on evidence, all of which I endeavoured to preserve. So long a course of this admirable writing had a considerable effect upon my own, and I added to it by the assiduous reading of other writers, both French and English, who combined in a remarkable degree ease with force, such as Goldsmith, Fielding, Pascal, Voltaire, and Courier. Through these influences my writing lost the jejuneness of my early compositions. The bones and cartilage began to clothe themselves with flesh, and the style became at times lively and almost light. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Recording by Gary Gilbert. Chapter 4, Part 3 of Autobiography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Gilbert. Autobiography by John Stuart Mill. Chapter 4, Youthful Propagandism, The Westminster Review, Part 3. This improvement was first exhibited in a new field. Mr. Marshall of Leeds, father of the present generation of Marshalls, the same who was brought into Parliament for Yorkshire when the representation forfeited by Grampound was transferred to it, an earnest parliamentary reformer, and a man of large fortune, of which he made a liberal use, had been much struck with Benjamin's Book of Fallacies, and the thought had occurred to him that it would be useful to publish annually the parliamentary debates, not in the chronological order of Hansard, but classified according to subjects, and accompanied by a commentary, pointing out the fallacies of the speakers. With this intention, he very naturally addressed himself to the editor of the Book of Fallacies, and Bingham, with the assistance of Charles Austin, undertook the editorship. The work was called Parliamentary History and Review. Its sale was not sufficient to keep it existent, and it only lasted 3 years. It excited, however, some attention among parliamentary and political people. The best strength of the party was to put forth in it, and its execution did them much more credit than that of the Washington Review had ever done. Bingham and Charles Austin wrote much of it, as did Strutt Romilly and several other liberal lawyers. My father wrote one such article in his best style, the elder Austin another. Colson wrote one of great merit. It fell to my lot to lead off the first number by an article on the principal topic of the session, that of 1825, the Catholic Association and the Catholic Disabilities. In the second number I wrote an eloquent essay on the commercial crisis of 1825 and the currency debates. In the third I had 2 articles, one on a minor subject, the other on the reciprocity principle in commerce, apropos of a celebrated diplomatic correspondence between Canning and Gallatin. These writings were no longer mere reproductions and applications of the doctrines I had been taught. They were original thinking as far as that name can be applied to old ideas in new forms and convections. I do not exceed the truth in saying that there was a maturity and a well-digested character about them, which there had not been in any of my previous performances. In execution, therefore, they were not at all juvenile, but their subjects have either gone by or have been so much better treated since that they are entirely superseded, and should remain buried in the same oblivion with my contributions to the first dynasty of the Westminster Review. While thus engaged in writing for the public, I did not neglect other modes of self-cultivation. It was at this time that I learnt German, beginning it on the Hamiltonian method, for which purpose I and several of my companions formed a class. For several years from this period our social studies assumed a shape which contributed very much to my mental progress. The idea occurred to us of carrying on, by reading and conversation, a joint study of several of the branches of science which we wished to be masters of. We assembled to the number of a dozen or more. Mr. Grote let a room in his house in Threadneedle Street for the purpose, and his partner Prescott, one of the 3 original members of the Utilitarian Society, made one among us. We met 2 mornings in every week, from 8:30 till 10, at which hour most of us were called off to our daily occupations. Our first subject was political economy. We chose some systematic treatise as our textbook, my father's Elements being our first choice. One of us read aloud a chapter or some smaller portion of the book. The discussion was then opened up, and every one who had objection or other remark to make, made it. Our rule was to discuss thoroughly every point raised, whether great or small, prolonging the discussion until all who took part were satisfied with the conclusion they had individually arrived at, and to follow up every topic of collateral speculation which the chapter or the conversation suggested, never leaving it until we had untied every knot which we found. We repeatedly kept up the discussion of some one point for several weeks, thinking intently on it until the interval of our meetings, and contriving solutions of the new difficulties which had risen up in the last morning's discussion. When we had finished in this way my father's Elements, we went in the same manner through Ricardo's Principles of Political Economy and Bailey's Dissertation on Value. These close and vigorous discussions were not only improving on a high degree to those who took part in them, but brought out new views of some topics of abstract political economy. The theory of the international values, which I had afterwards published, emanated from these conversations, as did also the modified form of Ricardo's theory of profits, laid down in my Essay on Profits and Interest. Those among us with whom new speculations chiefly originated were Ellis, Graham, and I, though others gave great aid to the discussion, especially Prescott and Roebuck. the one by his knowledge, the other by his dialectical acuteness. The theories of international values and of profits were excognated and worked out in about equal proportions by myself and Graham, and if our original project had been executed, my essays on some unsettled questions of political economy would have been brought out along with some papers of his under our joint names. But when my exposition came to be written, I found that I had so much overestimated my agreement with him, and he dissented so much from the most original of the two essays, that on international values, that I was obliged to consider the theory as now exclusively mine, and it came out as such when published many years later. I may mention that among the alterations which my father made in revising his Elements for the third edition, several were founded on criticisms elicited by these conversations, and particularly he modified his opinions, though not to the extent of new speculations, on both the points to which I have adverted. When we had had enough of political economy, we took up the syllogistic logic in the same manner, Grote now joining us. Our first textbook was Aldrich, but being disgusted with his superficiality, we reprinted one of the most finished among the many manuals of the school logic, which my father, a great collector of such books, possessed, the Maconunitu ad Logicam of the Jesuit Dutrieu. After finishing this, we took up Whately's Logic, when first republished, from the Encyclopaedia Metropolitana, and finally the Computatio Sive Logica of Hobbes. These books, dealt with in our manner, afforded a high range for original metaphysical speculation, and most of what has been done in the first book of my System of Logic to rationalize and correct the principles and distinctions of the school logicians, and to improve the theory of the import of propositions, had its origin in these discussions. Graham and I originated most of the novelties, while Grote and others furnished an excellent tribunal or test. From this time I formed the project of writing a book on logic, though on a much humbler scale than the one I ultimately executed. Having done with logic, we launched into analytic psychology, and having chosen Hartley for our textbook, we raised Priestley's edition to an exaggerated place by searching through London to furnish each of us with a copy. When we had finished Hartley, we suspended our meetings, but my father's Analysis of the Mind being published soon after, we reassembled for the purpose of reading it. With this our exercises ended. I have always dated from these conversations my own real inauguration as an original and independent thinker. It was also through them that I acquired, or very much strengthened, a mental habit to which I attribute all that I have ever done, or ever shall do, in speculation, that of never accepting half solutions of difficulties as complete, never abandoning a puzzle, but again and again returning to it until it was cleared up, never allowing obscure corners of a subject to remain unexplored because they did not appear important, never thinking that I understood any part of a subject until I understood the whole. Our doings from 1825 to 1830 in the way of public speaking filled a considerable place in my life during those years, and as they had important effects on my development, something ought to be said of them. There was for some time in existence a society of Owenites, called the Cooperative Society, which met for weekly public discussions in Chancery Lane. In the early part of 1825, accident brought Roebuck in contact with several of its members, and led to his attending one or two of the meetings and taking part in the debate in opposition to Owenism. Some one of us started the notion of going there in a body and having a general battle, and Charles Austin and some of his friends, who did not usually take part in our joint exercises, entered into the project. It was carried out by concert with the principal members of the society themselves, nothing loath, as they naturally preferred a controversy with opponents to a tame discussion among their own body. The question of population was proposed as the subject of debate. Charles Austin led the case on our side with a brilliant speech, and the fight was kept up by adjournment through 5 or 6 weekly meetings before crowned authorities, including among with the members of the Society and their friends, many hearers and some speakers from the Inns of Court. When this debate was ended, another was commenced on the general merits of Owen's system, and the contest altogether lasted about 3 months. It was a lutte corps à corps between Owenites and political economists, whom the Owenites regarded as their most inveterate opponents. But it was a perfectly friendly dispute. We who represented political economy had the same objects in view as they had, and took pains to show it, and the principal champion on their side was a very estimable man with whom I was well acquainted, Mr. William Thompson of Cork, author of a book on the distribution of wealth, and of an appeal in behalf of women against the passage relating to them in my father's Essay on Government. Ellis Roebuck and I took an active part in the debate, and among those from the Inns of Court who joined in, I remember Charles Villiers. The other side obtained also, on the population question, very efficient support from without. The well-known Gale Jones, then an elderly man, made one of his florid speeches, but the speaker with whom I was most struck, though I dissented from nearly every word he said, was Thirlwall the historian, since Bishop of St. David's, then a Chancery barrister, unknown except by a high reputation for eloquence acquired at the Cambridge Union before the era of Austin and Macaulay. His speech was in answer to one of mine. Before he had uttered 10 sentences, I set him down as the best speaker I had ever heard, and I have never since heard anyone whom I placed above him. The great interest of these debates predisposed some of those who took part in them to catch at a suggestion thrown out by McCulloch, the political economist, that a society was wanted in London similar to the speculative society at Edinburgh, in which Brougham, Horner, and others first cultivated public speaking. Our experience at the cooperative society seemed to give cause for being sanguine as to the sort of men who might be brought together in London for such a purpose. McCulloch mentioned the matter to several young men of influence to whom he was then giving private lessons in political economy. Some of these entered warmly into the project, particularly George Villiers, after Earl of Clarendon. He and his brothers, Hyde and Charles Romilly, Charles Austin, and I, with some others, met and agreed on a plan. We determined to meet once a fortnight from November to June at the Freemasons' Tavern, and we had soon a fine list of members, containing, along with several members of Parliament, nearly all the most noted speakers of the Cambridge Union and of the Oxford United Debating Society. It is curiously illustrative of the tendencies of the time that our principal difficulty in recruiting for the society was to find a sufficient number of Tory speakers, almost all of whom we could press into the service were liberals, of different orders and degrees. Besides those already named, we had Macaulay, Thirlwall, Praed, and Lord Horwick, Samuel Wilberforce, afterwards Bishop of Oxford, Charles Poulet, Thomas, afterwards Lord Sydenham, Edward and Henry Lytton Bulwer, Fontainebleau, and many others whom I cannot now recollect, but who made themselves afterwards more or less conspicuous in public or literary life. Nothing could seem more promising. But when the time for action drew near, and it was necessary to fix on a president and find somebody to open the first debate, none of our celebrities would consent to perform either office. Of the many who were pressed on the subject, the only one who could be prevailed on was a man of whom I knew very little, but who had taken high honours at Oxford, and was said to have acquired a great oratorical reputation there, who some time afterward became a Tory member of Parliament. He accordingly was fixed in, both for filling the President's chair and for making the first speech. The important day arrived, the benches were crowded, all our great speakers were present, to judge of, but not to help our efforts. The Oxford orator's speech was a complete failure. He threw a damp on the whole concern. The speakers who followed were few, and none of them did their best. The affair was a complete fiasco, and the oratorical celebrities we had counted on went away never to return, giving to me at least a lesson in knowledge of the world. This unexpected breakdown altered my whole relation to the project. I had not anticipated taking a prominent part, nor speaking much or often, particularly at first, but I now saw that the success of the scheme depended on the new men, and I put my shoulder to the wheel. I opened the second session, and from that time spoke in nearly every debate. It was very uphill work for some time. The three Villiers and Romilly stuck to us for some time longer, but the patience of all the founders of the Society was at last exhausted, except me and Roebuck. In the season following, 1826-7, things began to mend. We had acquired two excellent Tory speakers, Hayward and Shee, afterwards Serjeant Shee. The Radical side was reinforced by Charles Buller, Cockburn, and others of the second generation of Cambridge Benthamites, and with their and other occasional aid, and the two Tories as well as Roebuck and me for regular speakers, almost every debate was a bagatelle rangée between the philosophic radicals and the Tory lawyers, until our conflicts were talked about, and several persons of note and consideration came to hear us. This happened still more in subsequent sessions, 1828 and 1829, when the Coleridgians, in the persons of Maurice and Sterling, made their appearance in the Society as a second liberal and even radical party, on totally different grounds from Benthamism, and vehemently opposed to it, bringing into these discussions the general doctrines and modes of thought of the European reaction against the philosophy of the 18th century, and adding a third and very important belligerent party to our contests, which were now no bad exponent of the moment of opinion among the most cultivated part of the new generation. Our new debates were very different from those of common debating societies, for they habitually consisted of the strongest arguments and most philosophic principles which either side was able to produce, thrown often into close and serré confrontations of one another. The practice was necessarily very useful to us, and eminently to me. I never, indeed, acquired real fluency, and had always a bad and ungraceful delivery, but I could make myself listened to, and as I always wrote my speeches when, from the feelings involved, or the nature of the ideas to be developed, expression seemed important, I greatly increased my power of effective writing, acquiring not only an ear for smoothness and rhythm, but a practical sense for telling sentences, and an intimate criterion of their telling property, by their effect on a mixed audience. The Society and the preparation for it, together with the preparation for the morning conversations which were going on simultaneously, occupied the greater part of my leisure, and made me feel it a relief when in the spring of 1828 I ceased to write for the Westminster. The Review had fallen into difficulties. Though the sale of the first number had been very encouraging, the permanent sale had never, I believe, been sufficient to pay the expenses on the scale on which the Review was carried on. Those expenses had been considerably, but not sufficiently, reduced. One of the editors, Southern, had resigned, and several of the writers, including my father and me, who had been paid like other contributors for our earlier articles, had latterly written without payment. Nevertheless, the original funds were nearly or quite exhausted, and if the Review was to be continued, some new arrangement of its affairs had to become indispensable. My father and I had several conferences with Bowring on the subject. We were willing to do our utmost for maintaining the Review as an organ of our opinion, but not under Brownring's editorship, while the impossibility of its any longer supporting a paid editor afforded a ground on which, without affront to him, we could propose to dispense with his services. We and some of our friends were prepared to carry on the Review as unpaid writers, either finding among ourselves an unpaid editor, or sharing the editorship among us. But while this negotiation was proceeding with Browning's apparent acquiescence, he was carrying on another in a different quarter with Colonel Pernay, Thompson, of which we received the first intimation in a letter from Bowring as editor, informing us merely that an arrangement had been made, and proposing to us to write for the next number, with promise of payment. We did not dispute Bowring's right to bring about, if he could, an arrangement more favourable to himself than the one we had proposed, but we thought the concealment which he had practised toward us, while seemingly entering into our own project, an affront, and even had we not thought so, we were indisposed to expend any more of our time and trouble in attempting to write up the review under his management. Accordingly, my father excused himself from writing, though 2 or 3 years later, on great pressure, he did write one more political article. As for me, I positively refused, and thus ended my connection with the original Westminster. The last article which I wrote for it cost me more labour than any previous, but was a labour of love, being a defence of the early French revolutionists against the Tory misrepresentations of Mr. Walter Scott in the introduction to his Life of Napoleon. The number of books which I read for this purpose, making notes and extracts, even the number I had to buy, for in those days there was no public or subscription library from which books of reference could be taken home, far exceeded the worth of the immediate object. But I had at that time a half-formed intention of writing a history of the French Revolution, and though I never executed it, my collections afterwards were very useful to Carlyle for a similar purpose. End of Chapter 4, Part 3. Recording by Gary Gilbert.
Chapter 5, Part Number 1 of Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vicki Rands. Autobiography by John Stuart Mill. Crisis in my mental history, one stage onward. For some years after this time I wrote very little, and nothing, regularly, for publication, and great were the advantages which I derived from the intermission. It was of no common importance to me at this period to be able to digest and mature my thoughts for my own mind only, without any immediate call for giving them out in print. Had I gone on writing, it would have much disturbed the important transformation in my opinions and character which took place during those years. The origin of this transformation, or at least the process by which I was prepared for it, can only be explained by turning some distance back. From the winter of 1821, when I first read Bentham, and especially from the commencement of the Westminster Review, I had what might truly be called an object in life, to be a reformer of the world. My conception of my own happiness was entirely identified with this object. The personal sympathies I wished for were those of fellow labourers in this enterprise. I endeavoured to pick up as many flowers as I could by the way, but as a serious and permanent personal satisfaction to rest upon, my whole reliance was placed on this, and I was accustomed to felicitate myself on the certainty of a happy life which I enjoyed through placing my happiness in something durable and distant, in which some progress might be always making, while it could never be exhausted by complete attainment. This did very well for several years, during which the general improvement going on in the world, and the idea of myself as engaged with others in struggling to promote it, seemed enough to fill up an interesting and animated existence. But the time came when I awakened from this as from a dream. It was in the autumn of 1826. I was in a dull state of nerves, such as everybody is occasionally liable to, unsusceptible to enjoyment or pleasurable excitement. One of those moods when what is pleasure at other times becomes insipid or indifferent, the state, I should think, in which converts to Methodism usually are when smitten by their first conviction of sin. In this frame of mind it occurred to me to put the question directly to myself: suppose that all your objects in life were realized, that all the changes in institutions and opinions which you are looking forward to could be completely effected at this very instant, would this be a great joy and happiness to you? And an irrepressible self-consciousness distinctly answered, No. At this my heart sank within me. The whole foundation on which my life was constructed fell down. All my happiness was to have been found in the continual pursuit of this end. The end had ceased to charm, and how could there ever again be any interest in the means? I seemed to have nothing left to live for. At first I hoped that the cloud would pass away of itself, but it did not. A night's sleep, the sovereign remedy for the smaller vexations of life, had no effect on it. I awoke to a renewed consciousness of the woeful fact. I carried it with me into all companies, into all occupations. Hardly anything had power to cause me even a few minutes' oblivion of it. For some months the cloud seemed to grow thicker and thicker. The lines in Coleridge's Dejection, I was not then acquainted with them, exactly describe my case. A grief without a pang, void, dark, and drear. A drowsy, stifled, unimpassioned grief, which finds no natural outlet or relief in a word, or sigh, or tear. In vain I sought relief from my favourite books, those memorials of past nobleness and greatness from which I had always hitherto drawn strength and animation. I read them now without feeling, or with the accustomed feeling minus all its charm, and I became persuaded that my love of mankind, and of excellence for its own sake, had worn itself out. I sought no comfort by speaking to others of what I felt. If I had loved any one sufficiently to make confiding my griefs a necessity, I should not have been in the condition I was. I felt, too, that mine was not an interesting or in any way respectable distress. There was nothing in it to attract sympathy. Advice, if I had known where to seek it, would have been most precious. The words of Macbeth to the physician often occurred to my thoughts, but there was no one on whom I could build the faintest hope of such assistance. My father, to whom it would have been natural to me to have recourse in any practical difficulties, was the last person to whom, in such a case as this, I looked for help. Everything convinced me that he had no knowledge of any such mental state as I was suffering from. He was not the physician who could heal it. My education, which was wholly his work, had been conducted without any regard to the possibility of its ending in this result, and I saw no use in giving him the pain of thinking that his plans had failed, when the failure was probably irremediable, and, at all events, beyond the power of his remedies. Of other friends I had at the time none to whom I had any hope of making my condition intelligible. It was, however, abundantly intelligible to myself, and the more I dwelt upon it, the more hopeless it appeared. My course of study had led me to believe that all mental, moral feelings and qualities, whether of a good or of a bad kind, were the results of association; that we love one thing and hate another, take pleasure in one sort of action or contemplation, and pain in another sort, through the clinging of pleasurable or painful ideas to those things from the effect of education or of experience. As a corollary from this, I had always heard it maintained by my father, and was myself convinced, that the object of education should be to form the strongest possible associations of the salutary class, associations of pleasure with all things beneficial to the great whole, and of pain without all things hurtful to it. This doctrine appeared inexpugnable, but it now seemed to me, on retrospect, that my teachers had occupied themselves but superficially with the same means of forming and keeping up these salutary associations. They seem to have trusted altogether to the old familiar instruments, praise and blame, reward and punishment. Now, I did not doubt that by these means, begun early and applied unremittingly, intense associations of pain and pleasure, especially of pain, might be created, and might produce desires and aversions capable of lasting undiminished to the end of life. But there must always be something artificial and casual in associations thus produced. The pains and pleasures thus forcibly associated with things are not connected with them by any natural tie, and it is therefore, I thought, essential to the durability of these associations that they should have become so intense and inveterate as to be practically indissoluble before the habitual exercise of the power of analysis had commenced. For I now saw, or thought I saw, what I had always before received with incredulity, that the habit of analysis has a tendency to wear away the feelings, as indeed it has when no other mental habit is cultivated, and the analyzing spirit remains without its natural complements and correctives. The very excellence of analysis, I argued, is that it tends to weaken and undermine whatever is the result of prejudice, that it enables us mentally to separate ideas which have only casually clung together, and no associations whatever could ultimately resist this dissolving force. Were it not that we owe to analysis our clearest knowledge of the permanent sequences in nature, the real connections between things not dependent on our will and feelings, natural laws, by virtue of which in many cases one thing is inseparable from another, in fact, which laws, in proportion as they are clearly perceived and imaginatively realized, cause our ideas of things which are always joined together in nature, to cohere more and more closely in our thoughts. Analytic habits may thus even strengthen the associations between causes and effects, means and ends, but tend altogether to weaken those which are, to speak familiarly, a mere matter of feeling. They are, therefore, I thought, favourable to prudence and clear-sightedness, but a perpetual worm at the root both of the passions and of the virtues, and above all, fearfully undermine all desires and all pleasures, which are the effects of association, that is, according to the theory I held, all except the purely physical and organic, of the entire insufficiency of which to make life desirable. No one had a stronger conviction than I had. These were the laws of human nature, by which, as it seemed to me, I had been brought to my present state. All those to whom I looked up were of opinion that the pleasure of sympathy with human beings, and the feelings which made the good of others, and especially of mankind on a large scale, the object of existence, were the greatest and surest sources of happiness. Of the truth of this I was convinced, but to know that a feeling would make me happy, if I had it, did not give me the feeling. My education, I thought, had failed to create these things in sufficient strength to resist the dissolving influence of analysis, while the whole course of my intellectual cultivation had made precocious and premature analysis the inveterate habit of my mind. I was thus, as I said to myself, left stranded at the commencement of my voyage, with a well-equipped ship and a rudder, but no sail, without any real desire for the ends which I had been so carefully fitted out to work for, no delight in virtue or the general good, but also just a little in anything else. The fountains of vanity and ambition seemed to have dried up within me as completely as those of benevolence. I had had, as I reflected, some gratification of vanity at too early an age. I had obtained some distinction, and felt myself of some importance, But the desire of distinction and of importance had grown into a passion, and little as it was which I had attained, yet having attained too early, like all pleasures enjoyed too soon, it had made me blasé and indifferent to the pursuit. Thus neither selfishness nor unselfish pleasures were pleasures to me, and there seemed no power in nature sufficient to begin the formation of my character anew, and create, in a mind now irretrievably analytic, fresh associations of pleasure with any of the objects of human desire. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Recording by Vicky Rands. Chapter 5, Part 2 of Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vicky Rands. Autobiography by John Stuart Mill. Chapter 5. A Crisis in My Mental History. Part 2. These were the thoughts which mingled with the dry, heavy dejection of the melancholy winter of 1826 to 1827. During this time I was not incapable of my usual occupations. I went on with them mechanically, by the mere force of habit. I had been so drilled in a certain sort of mental exercise that I could still carry it on when all the spirit had gone out of it. I even composed and spoke several speeches at the debating society. How, or with what degree of success, I know not. Of 4 years' continual speaking at that society, this is the only year of which I remember next to nothing. 2 lines of Coleridge, in whom alone of all writers I have found a true description of what I felt, were often in my thoughts, not at this time, for I had never read them, but in a later period of the same mental malady. Work without hope draws nectar in a sieve, and hope without an object cannot live. In all probability my case was by no means so peculiar as I fancied it, and I doubt not that many others have passed through a similar state, but the idiosyncrasies of my education had given to the general phenomenon a special character, which made it seem the natural effect of causes that it was hardly possible for time to remove. I frequently asked myself if I could, or if I was bound to go on living when life must be passed in this manner. I generally answered to myself that I did not think I could possibly bear it beyond a year. When, however, not more than half that duration of time had elapsed, a small ray of light broke in upon my gloom. I was reading accidentally Marmontel's Memoirs, and came to the passage which relates his father's death, the distressed position of the family, and the sudden inspiration by which he, then a mere boy, felt and made them feel that he would be everything to them, would supply the place of all that they had lost. A vivid conception of the scene and its feelings came over me, and I was moved to tears. From this moment my burden grew lighter. The oppression of the thought that all feeling was dead within me was gone. I was no longer hopeless. I was not a stock or a stone. I had still, it seemed, some of the material out of which all worth of character and all capacity for happiness are made. Relieved from my ever-present sense of irremediable wretchedness, I gradually found that the ordinary incidents of life could again give me some pleasure, that I could again find enjoyment, not intense, but sufficient for cheerfulness, in sunshine and sky, in books, in conversation, in public affairs, and that there was once more excitement, though a moderate kind, in exerting myself for my opinions, and for the public good. Thus the cloud gradually drew off, and I again enjoyed life, and though I had several relapses, some of which lasted many months, I never again was as miserable as I had been. The experiences of this period had two very marked effects on my opinions and character. In the first place, they led me to adopt a theory of life very unlike that on which I had before I acted, and having much in common with what at the time I certainly had never heard of, the anti-self-consciousness theory of Carlyle. I never indeed wavered in the conviction that happiness is the test of all rules of conduct and the end of life, but I now thought that this end was only to be obtained by not making it the direct end. Those only are happy, I thought, who have their minds fixed on some object other than their own happiness, on the happiness of others, on the improvement of mankind, even on some art or pursuit, followed not as a means, but as itself an ideal end. Aiming thus at something else, they find happiness by the way. The enjoyments of life, such was now my theory, are sufficient to make it a pleasant thing, when they are taken en passant, without being made a principal object. Once make them so, and they are immediately felt to be insufficient. They will not bear a scrutinizing examination. Ask yourself whether you are happy, and you cease to be so. The only chance is to treat, not happiness, but some end external to it, as the purpose of life. Let your self-consciousness, your scrutiny, your self-interrogation exhaust themselves on that, and if otherwise fortunately circumstanced, you will inhale happiness with the air you breathe, without dwelling on it or thinking about it, without either forestalling it in imagination or putting it to flight by fatal questioning. This theory now became the basis of my philosophy of life, and I still hold to it as the best theory for all those who have but a moderate degree of sensibility and of capacity for enjoyment, that is, for the great majority of mankind. The other important change which my opinions at this time underwent was that I, for the first time, gave its proper place among the prime necessities of human well-being to the internal culture of the individual. I ceased to attach almost exclusive importance to the ordering of outward circumstances and the training of the human being for speculation and for action. I had now learned by experience that the passing susceptibilities needed to be cultivated as well as the active capacities, and required to be nourished and enriched as well as guided. I did not, for an instant, lose sight of or undervalue that part of the truth which I had seen before. I never turned recreant to intellectual culture, or ceased to consider the power and practice of analysis as an essential condition both of individual and of social improvement, but I thought that it had consequences which required to be corrected by joining other kinds of cultivation with it. The maintenance of a due balance among the faculties now seemed to be of primary importance. The cultivation of the feelings became one of the cardinal points in my ethical and philosophical creed, and my thoughts and inclinations turned in an increasing degree towards whatever seemed capable of being instrumental to that object. I now began to find meaning in the things which I had read or heard about the importance of poetry and art as instruments of human culture. But it was some time longer before I began to know this by personal experience. The only one of the imaginative arts in which I had from childhood taken great pleasure was music, the best effect of which, and in this it surpasses perhaps every other art, consists in exciting enthusiasm, in winding up to a high pitch those feelings of an elevated kind, which are already in the character, but to which this excitement gives a glow and fervour, which, though transitory at its utmost height, is precious for sustaining them at other times. This effect of music I had often experienced, but, like all my pleasurable susceptibilities, it was suspected during the gloomy period. I had sought relief again and again from this quarter, but found none. After the tide had turned, and I was in process of recovery, I had been helped forward by music, but in a much less elevated manner. I, at this time, first became acquainted with Weber's Oberon, and the extreme pleasure which I drew from its delicious melodies did me good by showing me a source of pleasure to which I was as susceptible as ever. The good, however, was much impaired by the thought that the pleasure of music, as is quite true of such pleasure as this was, that of mere tune, fades with familiarity, and requires either to be revived by intermittence or fed by continual novelty; and it is very characteristic both of my then state and of the general tone of my mind at this period of my life, that I was seriously tormented by the thought of the exhaustibility of musical combinations. The octave consists only of 5 tones and 2 semitones, which can be put together in only a limited number of ways, of which but a small portion are beautiful. Most of these, it seemed to me, must have been already discovered, and there could not be room for a long succession of Mozarts and Webers to strike out, as these had done, entirely new and surpassingly rich veins of musical beauty. This source of anxiety may, perhaps, be thought to resemble that of the philosophers of Laputa, who feared lest the sun should be burnt out. It was, however, connected with the best feature in my character, and the only good point to be found in my very unromantic and in no way honourable distress. For though my dejection, honestly looked at, could not be called other than egotistical, produced by the ruin, as I thought, of my fabric of happiness, yet the destiny of mankind in general was ever in my thoughts, and could not be separated from my own. I felt that the flaw in my life must be a flaw in life itself, that the question was whether, if the reformers of society and government could succeed in their objects, and every person in the community were free and in a state of physical comfort, the pleasures of life, being no longer kept up by struggle and privation, would cease to be pleasures. And I felt that unless I could see my way to some better hope than this for human happiness in general, my dejection must continue, but that if I could see such an outlet, I should then look on the world with pleasure, content, as far as I was myself concerned, with any fair share of the general lot. This state of my thoughts and feelings made the fact of my reading Wordsworth for the first time in the autumn of 1828 an important event of my life. I took up this collection of his poems from curiosity, with no expectation of mental relief from it, though I had before resorted to poetry with that hope. In the worst period of my depression, I had read through the whole of Byron, then new to me, to try whether a poet, whose particular department was supposed to be that of the intenser feelings, could rouse any feeling in me. As might be expected, I got no good from this reading, but the reverse. The poet's state of mind was too like my own. His was the lament of a man who had worn out all pleasures, and who seemed to think that life, to all who possessed the good things of it, must necessarily be the vapid, uninteresting thing which I found it. His Harold and Manfred had the same burden on them which I had, and I was not in a frame of mind to desire any comfort from the vehement sensual passion of his Giaours, or the sullenness of his Laras. But while Byron was exactly what did not suit my condition, Wordsworth was exactly what did. I had looked into the Excursion 2 or 3 years before, and found little in it, and I should probably have found as little had I read it at this time. But the miscellaneous poems in the 2-volume edition of 1815, to which little of value was added in the latter part of the author's life, proved to be the precise thing for my mental wants at that particular juncture. In the first place, these poems address themselves powerfully to one of the strongest of my pleasurable susceptibilities, the love of rural objects and natural scenery, to which I had been indebted not only for much of the pleasure of my life, but quite recently for relief from one of my longest relapses into depression. In this power of rural beauty over me, there was a foundation laid for taking pleasure in Wordsworth's poetry, the more so as his scenery lies mostly along mountains, which, owing to my early Pyrenean excursion, were my ideal of natural beauty. But Wordsworth would never have had any great effect on me if he had merely placed before me beautiful pictures of natural scenery. Scott does this still better than Wordsworth, and a very second-rate landscape does it more effectually than any poet. What made Wordsworth's poems a medicine for my state of mind was that they expressed not mere outward beauty, but states of feeling, and of thought coloured by feeling, under the excitement of beauty. They seemed to be the very culture of the feelings, which I was in quest of. In them I seemed to draw from a source of inward joy, a sympathetic and imaginative pleasure, which could be shared in by all human beings, which had no connection with struggle or imperfection, but would be made richer by every improvement in the physical or social condition of mankind. From them I seemed to learn what would be the perennial sources of happiness, when all the greater evils of life shall have been removed, and I felt myself at once better and happier as I came under their influence. There has certainly been, even in our own age, greater poets than Wordsworth, but poetry of deeper and loftier feeling could not have done for me at the time what his did. I needed to be made to feel that there was real, permanent happiness in tranquil contemplation. Wordsworth taught me this, not only without turning away from, but with a greatly increased interest in, the common feelings and common destiny of human beings, and the delight which these poems gave me proved that with culture of this sort there was nothing to dread from the most confirmed habit of analysis. At the conclusion of the poems came the famous ode, falsely called Platonic, Intimations of Immortality, in which, along with more than his usual sweetness of melody and rhythm, and along with the 2 passages of grand imagery but bad philosophy so often quoted, I found that he too had had similar experience to mine, that he also had felt that the first freshness of youthful enjoyment of life was not lasting, but that he had sought for compensation and found it in the way in which he was now teaching me to find it. The result was that I gradually but completely emerged from my habitual depression, and was never again subject to it. I long continued to value Wordsworth less according to his intrinsic merits than by the measure of what he had done for me. Compared with the greatest poets, he may be said to be the poet of unpoetical natures, possessed of quiet and contemplative tastes. But unpoetical natures are precisely those which require poetic cultivation. This cultivation Wordsworth is much more fitted to give than poets who are intrinsically far more poets than he. It so fell out that the merits of Wordsworth were the occasion of my first public declaration of my new way of thinking, and the separation from those of my habitual companions who had not undergone a similar change. The person with whom at the time I was most in the habit of comparing notes on such subjects was Roebuck, and I induced him to read Wordsworth, in whom he also at first seemed to find much to admire; but I, like most Wordsworthians, threw myself into strong antagonism to Byron, both as a poet and as to his influence on the character. Roebuck, all whose instincts were those of action and struggle, had on the contrary a strong relish and great admiration of Byron, whose writings he regarded as the poetry of human life, while Wordsworth's, according to him, was that of flowers and butterflies. We agreed to have the fight at our debating society, where we accordingly discussed for 2 evenings the comparative merits of Byron and Wordsworth, propounding and illustrating by long recitations our respective theories of poetry; Sterling also, in a brilliant speech, putting forward his particular theory. This was the first debate on any weighty subject in which Roebuck and I had been on opposite sides. The schism between us widened from this time more and more, though we continued for some years longer to be companions. In the beginning our chief divergence related to the cultivation of the feelings. Roebuck was in many respects very different from the vulgar notion of a Benthamite or utilitarian. He was a lover of poetry, and of most of the fine arts. He took great pleasure in music, in dramatic performances, especially in painting, and himself drew and designed landscapes with great facility and beauty. But he could never be made to see that these things have any value as aids in the formation of character. Personally, instead of being, as Benthamites are supposed to be, void of feeling, he had very quick and strong sensibilities; but like most Englishmen who have feelings, he found his feelings stand very much in his way. He was much more susceptible to the painful sympathies than to the pleasurable, and looking for his happiness elsewhere, he wished that his feelings should be deadened rather than quickened. And, in truth, the English character and English social circumstances make it so seldom possible to derive happiness from the exercise of the sympathies, that it is not wonderful if they count for little in an Englishman's scheme of life. In most other countries the paramount importance of the sympathies as a constituent of individual happiness is an axiom, taken for granted rather than needing any formal statement; but most English thinkers always seem to regard them as necessary evils required for keeping men's actions benevolent and compassionate. Roebuck was, or appeared to be, this kind of Englishman. He was little good in any cultivation of the feelings, and none at all in cultivating them through the imagination, which he thought was only cultivating illusions. It was in vain I urged on him that the imaginative emotion which an idea, when vividly conceived, excites in us, is not an illusion, but a fact, as real as any of the other qualities of objects, and far from implying anything erroneous and delusive in our mental apprehension of the object, is quite consistent with the most accurate knowledge and most perfect practical recognition of all its physical and intellectual laws and relations. The intensest feeling of the beauty of a cloud, lighted by the setting sun, is no hindrance to my knowing that the cloud is vapour of water, subject to all the laws of vapours in a state of suspension, and I am just as likely to allow for and act on these physical laws whenever there is occasion to do so, as if I had been incapable of perceiving any distinction between beauty and ugliness. While my intimacy with Roebuck diminished, I fell more and more into friendly intercourse with our Coleridgian adversaries in the Society, Frederick Maurice and John Sterling, both subsequently so well known, the former by his writings, the latter through the biographies by Hare and Carlyle. Of these two friends, Maurice was the thinker, Sterling the orator, an impassioned expositor of thoughts which, at this period, were almost entirely formed for him by Maurice. With Maurice I had for some time been acquainted through Eaton Tooke, who had known him at Cambridge, and although my discussions with him were almost always disputes, I had carried away from them much that helped to build up my new fabric of thought, in the same way as I was deriving much from Coleridge, and from the writings of Goethe and other German authors which I read during these years. I have so deep respect for Maurice's character and purposes, as well as for his great mental gifts, that it is with some unwillingness I say anything which may seem to place him on a less high eminence than I would gladly be able to accord to him. But I have always thought that there was more intellectual power wasted in Maurice than in any other of my contemporaries. Few of them certainly have had so much to waste, great powers of generalization, rare ingenuity and subtlety, and a wide perception of important and unobvious truths, served him not for putting something better into the place of the worthless heap of received opinions on the great subjects of thought, but for proving to his own mind that the Church of England had known everything from the first, and that all the truths on the grounds of which the Church and orthodoxy have been attacked, many of which he saw as clearly as anyone, are not only consistent with the 39 Articles, but are better understood and expressed in those Articles than by anyone who rejects them. I have never been able to find any other explanation of this than by attributing it to that timidity of conscience, combined with original sensitiveness of temperament, which has so often driven highly gifted men into Romanism, from the need of a firmer support than they can find in the independent conclusions of their own judgment. Any more vulgar kind of timidity no one who knew Maurice would ever think of imputing to him, even if he had not given public proof of his freedom from it by his ultimate collision with some of the opinions commonly regarded as orthodox, and by his noble origination of the Christian Socialist movement. The nearest parallel to him, in a moral point of view, is Coleridge, to whom in merely intellectual power, apart from poetical genius, I think him decidedly superior. At this time, however, he might be described as a disciple of Coleridge, and Sterling as a disciple of Coleridge and of him. The modifications which were taking place in my old opinions gave me some points of contact with them, and both Maurice and Sterling were of considerable use to my development. With Sterling I soon became very intimate, and was more attached to him than I have ever been to any other man. He was indeed one of the most lovable of men. His frank, cordial, affectionate, and expansive character, a love of truth, alike conspicuous in the highest things and the humblest, a generous and ardent nature, which threw itself with impetuosity into the opinions it adopted, but was as eager to do justice to the doctrines and the men it was supposed to, as to make war on what it thought their errors, and an equal devotion to the two cardinal points of liberty and duty, formed a combination of qualities as attractive to me as to all others who knew him as well as I did. With his open mind and heart, he found no difficulty in joining hands with me across the gulf which as yet divided our opinions. He told me how he and others had looked upon me, from hearsay information, as a made or manufactured man, having had a certain impress of opinion stamped on me which I could only reproduce, and what a change took place in his feelings when he found in the discussion on Wordsworth and Byron that Wordsworth, and all which that name implies, belonged to me as much as to him and his friends. The failure of his health soon scattered all his plans of life, and compelled him to live at a distance from London, so that after the first year or two of our acquaintance we only saw each other at distant intervals. But, as he said himself in one of his letters to Carlyle, when we did meet it was like brothers. Though he was never in the full sense of the word a profound thinker, his openness of mind and the moral courage in which he greatly surpassed Maurice made him outgrow the dominion which Maurice and Coleridge had once exercised over his intellect. Though he retained to the last a great but discriminating admiration of both, and towards Maurice a warm affection, except in that short and transitory phasis of his life during which he made the mistake of becoming a clergyman, his mind was ever progressive, and the advance he always seemed to have made when I saw him after an interval made me apply to him what Goethe said of Schiller, hat eine wirkliche Fortschreitung. He and I started from intellectual points almost as wide apart as the poles, but the distance between us was always diminishing. If I made steps towards some of his opinions, he, during his short life, was constantly approximating more and more to several of mine, and if he had lived and had health and vigour to prosecute his ever assiduous self-culture, there is no knowing how much further this spontaneous assimilation might have proceeded. After 1829 I withdrew from attendance on the debating society. I had had enough speech-making, and was glad to carry on my private studies and meditations without any immediate call for outward assertion of their results. I found the fabric of my old and taught opinions giving way in many fresh places, and I never allowed it to fall to pieces, but was incessantly occupied in wearing it anew. I never, in the course of my transition, was content to remain, for ever so short a time, confused and unsettled. When I had taken in any new idea, I could not rest till I had adjusted its relation to my old opinions, and ascertained exactly how far its effect ought to extend in modifying or superseding them. The conflicts which I had so often had to sustain in defending the theory of government laid down in Bentham's and my father's writings, and the acquaintance I had obtained with other schools of political thinking, made me aware of many things which that doctrine, professing to be a theory of government in general, ought to have made room for, and did not. But these things as yet remained with me rather as corrections to be made in applying the theory to practices, than as to defects in the theory. I felt that politics could not be a science of specific experience, and that the accusations against the Benthamic theory of being a theory of proceeding a priori, by way of general reasoning, instead of Baconian experiment, showed complete ignorance of Bacon's principles and of the necessary conditions of experimental investigation. At this juncture appeared in the Edinburgh Review Macaulay's famous attack on my father's essay on government. This gave me much to think about. I saw that Macaulay's conception of the logic of politics was erroneous, that he stood up for the empirical mode of treating political phenomena against the philosophical, that even in physical science his notions of philosophizing might have recognized Kepler, but who would have excluded Newton and Laplace. But I could not help feeling that though the tone was unbecoming, an error for which the writer at a later period made the most ample and honourable amends, there was truth in several of his strictures on my father's treatment of the subject, that my father's premises were really too narrow, and included but a small number of the general truths on which, in politics, the important consequences depend. Identity of interest between the governing body and the community at large is not in any practical sense which can be attached to it the only thing on which good government depends, neither can this identity of interest be secured by the mere conditions of election. I was not at all satisfied with the mode in which my father met the criticisms of Macaulay. He did not, as I thought he ought to have done, justify himself by saying, I was not writing a scientific treatise on politics, I was writing an argument for parliamentary reform. He treated Macaulay's argument as simply irrational, an attack upon the reasoning facility, an example of the saying of Hobbes, that when reason is against a man will be against reason. This made me think that there was really something more fundamentally erroneous in my father's conception of philosophical method, as applicable to politics, than I had hitherto supposed there was. But I did not at first see clearly what the error might be. At last it flashed upon me all at once in the course of other studies. In the early part of 1830, I had begun to put on paper the ideas of logic, chiefly on the distinctions among terms, and the import of propositions, which had been suggested and in part worked out in the morning conversations already spoken of. Having secured these thoughts from being lost, I pushed on into the other parts of the subject, to try whether I could do anything further towards clearing up the theory of logic generally. I grappled at once with the problem of induction, postponing that of reasoning, on the ground that it is necessary to obtain premises before we can reason from them. Now, induction is mainly a process for finding the causes of effects, and in attempting to fathom the mode of tracing causes and effects in physical science. I soon saw that in the more perfect of the sciences we ascend, by generalization from particulars, to the tendencies of causes considered singly, and then reason downward from those separate tendencies to the effect of the same causes when combined. I then ask myself, what is the ultimate analysis of this deductive process? The common theory of the syllogism evidently throwing no light upon it. My practice, learnt from Hobbes and my father, being to study abstract principles by means of the best concrete instances I could find, the composition of forces in dynamics occurred to me as the most complete example of the logical process I was investigating. On examining accordingly what the mind does when it applies the principle of the composition of forces, I found that it performs a simple act of addition. It adds the separate effect of the one force to the separate effect of the other, and puts down the sum of these separate effects as the joint effect. But is this a legitimate process? In dynamics, and in all the mathematical branches of physics, it is. But in some other cases, as in chemistry, it is not. And I then recollected that something not unlike this was pointed out as one of the distinctions between chemical and mechanical phenomena. In the introduction to that favourite of my boyhood, Thomson's System of Chemistry, this distinction at once made my mind clear as to what was perplexing me in respect to the philosophy of politics. I now saw that a science is either deductive or experimental, according as, in the province it deals with, the effects of causes when conjoined are or are not the sums of the effects which the same causes produce when separate. It followed that politics must be a deductive science. It thus appeared that both Macaulay and my father were wrong, the one in assimilating the method of philosophizing in politics to the purely experimental method of chemistry, while the other, though right in adopting a deductive method, had made a wrong selection of one, having taken as the type of deduction not the appropriate process, that of the deductive branches of natural philosophy, but the inappropriate one of pure geometry, which, not being a science of causation at all, does not require or admit of any summing up of effects. A foundation was thus laid in my thoughts for the principal chapters of what I afterwards published on the logic of the moral sciences, and my new position in respect to my old political creed now became perfectly definite. If I am asked what system of political philosophy I substituted for that which, as a philosophy, I had abandoned, I answer, no system, only a conviction that the true system was something much more complex and many-sided than I had previously had any idea of, and that its office was to supply not a set of model institutions, but principles from which the institutions suitable to any given circumstances might be deduced. The influences of European, that is to say, continental thought, and especially those of the reaction of the 19th century against the 18th, were now streaming in upon me. They came from various quarters, from the writings of Coleridge, which I had begun to read with interest, even before the change in my opinions, from the Coleridgians with whom I was in personal intercourse, from what I had read of Goethe, from Carlyle's early articles in the Edinburgh and Foreign Reviews, though for a long time I saw nothing in these, as my father saw nothing in them to the last, but insane rhapsody. From these sources, and from the acquaintance I kept up with the French literature of the time, I derived, among other ideas, which the general turning upside down of the opinions of European thinkers had brought uppermost, these in particular, that the human mind has a certain order of possible progress, in which some things must precede others, an order which governments and public instructors can modify to some, but not to an unlimited extent, that all questions of political institutions are relative, not absolute, and that different stages of human progress not only will have, but ought to have, different institutions, that government is always either in the hands or passing into the hands of whatever is the strongest power in society, and that what this power is does not depend on institutions, but institutions on it, that any general theory or philosophy of politics supposes a previous theory of human progress, and that this is the same thing with the philosophy of history. These opinions, true in the main, were held in an exaggerated and violent manner by the thinkers with whom I was now most accustomed to compare notes, and who, as usual with a reaction, ignored that half of the truth which the thinkers of the 18th century saw. But though at one period of my progress I for some time undervalued that great century, I never joined in the reaction against it, but kept as firm hold of one side of the truth as I took of the other. The fight between the 19th century and the 18th century always reminded me of the battle about the shield, one side of which was white and the other black. I marvelled at the blind rage with which the combatants rushed against one another. I applied to them, and to Coleridge himself, many of Coleridge's sayings about half-truths, and Goethe's device, many-sidedness, was one which I would most willingly, at this period, have taken for mine. The writers, by whom more than by any others a new mode of political thinking was brought home to me, were those of the Saint Simon school in France. In 1829 and 1830 I became acquainted with some of their writings. They were then only in the earlier stages of their speculations. They had not yet dressed out their philosophy as a religion, nor had they organized their scheme of socialism. They were just beginning to question the principle of hereditary property. I was by no means prepared to go with them even this length, but I was greatly struck with the connected view which they for the first time presented to me, of the natural order of human progress, and especially with their division of all history into organic periods and critical periods. During the organic periods, they said, mankind accept with firm conviction some positive creed, claiming jurisdiction over all their actions, and containing more or less of truth and adaptation to the needs of humanity. Under its influence they make all the progress compatible with the creed, and finally outgrow it. When a period follows of criticism and negation, in which mankind lose their old convictions without acquiring any new ones of a general or authoritative character, except the conviction that the old are false. The period of Greek and Roman polytheism, so long as really believed in by instructed Greeks and Romans, was an organic period, succeeded by the critical or skeptical period of the Greek philosophers. Another organic period came in with Christianity. The corresponding critical period began with the Reformation, has lasted ever since, still lasts, and cannot altogether cease until a new organic period has been inaugurated by the triumph of a yet more advanced creed. These ideas, I knew, were not peculiar to the Saint Simonians. On the contrary, they were the general property of Europe, or at least of Germany and France, but they had never, to my knowledge, been so completely systematized as by these writers, nor the distinguishing characteristics of a critical period so powerfully set forth. For I was not then acquainted with Fichte's lecture on the characteristics of the present age. In Carlyle, indeed, I found bitter denunciations of an age of unbelief, and of the present age as such, which I, like most people at the time, supposed to be passionate protests in favour of the old modes of belief. But all that was true in these denunciations, I thought, that I found more calmly and philosophically stated by the Saint Simonians. Among their publications, too, there was one which seemed to me far superior to the rest. in which the general idea was matured into something much more definite and instructive. This was an early work of Auguste Comte, who then called himself and even announced himself in the title page as a pupil of Saint Simon. In this tract Monsieur Comte first put forth the doctrine, which he afterwards so copiously illustrated, of the natural succession of three stages in every department of human knowledge. First the theological, next the metaphysical, and lastly the positive stage, and contended that social science must be subject to the same law that the feudal and Catholic system faces of the theological state of the social science. Protestantism, the commencement and the doctrines of the French Revolution, the consummation of the metaphysical, and that its positive state was yet to come. This doctrine harmonized well with my existing notions, to which it seemed to give a scientific shape. I already regarded the methods of physical science as the proper models for political, but the chief benefit which I derived at this time from the trains of thought suggested by the Saint Simonians and by Comte was that I obtained a clearer conception than ever before of the peculiarities of an era of transition in opinion, and ceased to mistake the moral and intellectual characteristics of such an era for the normal attributes of humanity. I looked forward through the present age of loud disputes, but generally weak convictions, to a future which shall unite the best qualities of the critical with the best qualities of the organic periods. Unchecked liberty of thought, unbounded freedom of individual action in all modes not hurtful to others, but also convictions as to what is right and wrong, useful and pernicious, deeply engraved on the feelings by early education and general unanimity of sentiment, and so firmly grounded in reason and in the true exigencies of life, that they shall not, like all former and present creeds, religious, ethical, and political, require to be periodically thrown off and replaced by others. End of Chapter 5, Part 2. Recording by Vicky Rands. Chapter 5, Part 3 of Autobiography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vicky Rands. Chapter 5, A Crisis in My Mental History. Monsieur Comte soon left the Saint Simonians, and I lost sight of him and his writings for a number of years. But Saint Simonians I continued to cultivate. I was kept au courant of their progress by one of their most enthusiastic disciples, Monsieur Gustave d'Eichtel, who about that time passed a considerable interval in England. I was introduced to their chiefs Bizard and Enfantin in 1830, and as long as their public teachings and proselytism continued, I read nearly everything they wrote. Their criticisms on the common doctrines of liberalism seemed to me full of important truth, and it was partly by their writings that my eyes were opened to the very limited and temporary value of the old political economy, which assumes private property and inheritance as indefeasible facts, and freedom of production and exchange as dernier mot of social improvement. The scheme gradually unfolded by the Saint Simonians, under which the labour and capital of society would be managed for the general account of the community, every individual being required to take a share of labour, either as thinker, teacher, artist, or producer. all being classed according to their capacity and remunerated according to their work, appeared to me a far superior description of socialism to Owen's. Their aim seemed to me desirable and rational, however their means might be inefficacious; and though I never believed in the practicability nor in the beneficial operation of their social machinery, I felt that the proclamation of such an ideal of human society could not but tend to give a beneficial direction to the efforts of others to bring society, as at present constituted, near to some ideal standard. I honoured them most of all for what they had been most cried down for, the boldness and freedom from prejudice with which they treated the subject of the family, the most important of any, and needing more fundamental alterations than remain to be made in any other great social institution, but on which scarcely any reformer has the courage to touch. In proclaiming the perfect equality of men and women, and an entirely new order of things in regard to their relations with one another, the St. Simonians, in common with Owen and Fourier, have entitled themselves to the grateful remembrance of future generations. In giving an account of this period of my life, I have only specified such of my new impressions as appeared to me, both at the time and since, to be a kind of turning points, marking a definite progress in my mode of thought. But these few selected points give a very insufficient idea of the quantity of thinking which I carried on respecting a host of subjects during these years of transition. Much of this, it is true, consisted in rediscovering things known to all the world, which I had previously disbelieved or disregarded; but the rediscovery was to me a discovery, giving me plenary possession of the truths, not as traditional platitudes, but fresh from their source, and it seldom failed to place them in some new light, but which they were reconciled with, and seemed to confirm while they modified the truths less generally known which lay in my early opinions, and in no essential part of which I at any time wavered. All my new thinking only laid the foundation of these more deeply and strongly, while it often removed misapprehension and confusion of ideas which had perverted their effect. For example, during the later returns of my dejection, the doctrine of what is called philosophical necessity weighed on my existence like an incubus. I felt as if I was scientifically proved to be the helpless slave of antecedent circumstances, as if my character and that of all others had been formed for us by agencies beyond our control, and was wholly out of our own power. I often said to myself, what a relief it would be if I could disbelieve the doctrine of the formation of character by circumstances, and remembering the wish of Fox respecting the doctrine of resistance to governments, that it might never be forgotten by kings, nor remembered by subjects. I said that it would be a blessing if the doctrine of necessity could be believed by all quoad the characters of others, and disbelieved in regard to their own. I pondered painfully on the subject till gradually I saw light through it. I perceived the word necessity as a name for the doctrine of cause and effect applied to human action, carried with it a misleading association, and that this association was the operative force in the depressing and paralyzing influence which I had experienced. I saw that though our character is formed by circumstances, and our own desires can do much to shape those circumstances, and that what is really inspiriting and ennobling in the doctrine of free will is the conviction that we have real power over the formation of our own character, that our will, by influencing some of our circumstances, can modify our future habits or capabilities of willing. All this was entirely consistent with the doctrine of circumstances, or rather was the doctrine itself properly understood. From that time I drew in my own mind a clear distinction between the doctrine of circumstances and fatalism, discarding altogether the misleading word necessity. The theory, which I now for the first time rightly apprehended, ceased altogether to be discouraging, and besides the relief to my spirits, I no longer suffered under the burden, so heavy to one who aims at being a reformer in opinions, of thinking one doctrine true and the contrary doctrine morally beneficial. The train of thought which had extricated me from this dilemma seemed to me in after years fitted to render a similar service to others, and it now forms the chapter on liberty and necessity in the concluding book of my system of logic. Again, in politics, though I no longer accepted the doctrine of the essay on government as a scientific theory, though I ceased to consider representative democracy as an absolute principle, and regarded it as a question of time, place, and circumstance, though I now looked upon the choice of political institutions as a moral and educational question more than one of material interest, thinking that It ought to be decided mainly by the consideration what great improvement in life and culture stands next in order for the people concerned as the condition of their further progress, and what institutions are most likely to promote that. Nevertheless, this change in the premises of my political philosophy did not alter my practical political creed as to the requirements of my own time and country. I was never as much as ever a radical and democrat for Europe, and especially for England. I thought the predominance of the aristocratic classes, the noble and the rich, in the English constitution an evil worth any struggle to get rid of, not on account of taxes or any such comparatively small inconvenience, but as the great demoralizing agency in the country. Demoralizing first because it made the conduct of the government an example of gross public immorality through the predominance of private over public interest in the state, and the abuse of powers of legislation for the advantage of classes. Secondly, and in a still greater degree, because the respect of the multitude always attaching itself principally to that which in the existing state of society is the chief passport to power, and under English institutions, riches hereditary or acquired being the almost exclusive source of political importance, riches and the signs of riches were almost the only things really respected, and the life of the people was mainly devoted to the pursuit of them. I thought that while the higher and richer classes held the power of government, the instruction and improvement of the mass of the people were contrary to the self-interest of those classes, because tending to render the people more powerful for throwing off the yoke. But if the democracy obtained a large and perhaps the principal share in the governing power, it would become the interest of the opulent classes to promote their education, in order to ward off really mischievous errors, and especially those which would lead to unjust violations of property. On these grounds I was not only as ardent as ever for democratic institutions, but earnestly hoped that Owenite, St. Simeon, and all other anti-property doctrines might spread widely among the poor classes. Not that I thought that those doctrines true, or desired that they should be acted on, but in order that the higher classes might be made to see that they had more to fear from the poor when uneducated than when educated. In this frame of mind the French Revolution of July found me. It roused my uttermost enthusiasm, and gave me, as it were, a new existence. I went at once to Paris, was introduced to Lafayette, and laid the groundwork of the intercourse I afterwards kept up with several of the active chiefs of the extreme popular party. After my return I entered warmly as a writer into the political discussions of the time, which soon became still more exciting by the coming in of Lord Grey's ministry and the proposing of the Reform Bill. For the next few years I wrote copiously in newspapers. It was about this time that Fonblanc, who had for some time written the political articles in the Examiner, became the proprietor and editor of the paper. It is not forgotten with what verve and talent, as well as fine wit, he carried it on during the whole period of Lord Grey's ministry, and what importance it assumed as the principal representative in the newspaper press of radical opinions. The distinguishing character of the paper was given to it entirely by his own articles, which formed at least 3/4 of all the original writing contained in it. But of the remaining fourth I contributed during those years a much larger share than any one else. I wrote nearly all the articles on French subjects, including a weekly summary of French politics, often extending to considerable length, together with many leading articles on general politics, commercial and financial legislation, and any miscellaneous subjects in which I felt interested, and which were suitable to the paper, including occasional reviews of books. Mere newspaper articles on the occurrences or questions of the moment gave no opportunity for the development of any general mode of thought. But I attempted, in the beginning of 1831, to embody in a series of articles headed "The Spirit of the Age," some of my new opinions, and especially to point out in the character of present age the anomalies and the evils characteristic of the transition from a system of opinions which had worn out to another only in process of being formed. These articles were, I fancy, lumbering in style, and not lively or striking enough to be at any time acceptable to newspaper readers, but had they been far more attractive still, at that particular moment when great political changes were impending and engrossing all minds, these discussions were ill-timed and misfired altogether. The only effect which I know to have been produced by them was that Carlyle, then living in a secluded part of Scotland, read them in his solitude, and saying to himself, as he afterwards told me, "Here is a new mystic," inquired on coming to London that autumn respecting their authorship, an inquiry which was the immediate cause of our becoming personally acquainted. I have already mentioned Carlyle's earlier writings as one of the channels through which I received the influences which enlarged my early narrow creed, but I do not think that those writings by themselves would ever have had any effect on my opinions. What truths they contain, though of the very kind which I was already receiving from other quarters, were presented in a form and vesture less suited than any other to give them access to a mind trained as mine had been. They seemed a haze of poetry and German metaphysics, in which almost the only clear thing was a strong animosity to most of the opinions which were the basis of my mode of thought: religious skepticism, utilitarianism, the doctrine of circumstances, and the attaching any importance to democracy, logic, or political economy. Instead of my having been taught anything in the first instance by Carlyle, it was only in the proportion as I came to see the same truths through media more suited to my mental constitution that I recognized them in his writings. Then indeed the wonderful power with which he put them forth made a deep impression upon me, and I was during a long period one of his most fervent admirers. But the good his writings did me was not as philosophy to instruct, but as poetry to animate. Even at the time when our acquaintance commenced, I was not sufficiently advanced in my new modes of thought to appreciate him fully. A proof of which is, that on his showing me the manuscript of Sartor Resartus, his best and greatest work, which he just then finished, I made little of it, though when it came out about 2 years afterwards in Fraser's Magazine, I read it with enthusiastic admiration and the keenest delight. I did not seek and cultivate Carlyle less on account of the fundamental differences in our philosophy. He soon found out that I was not another mystic, and when, for the sake of my own integrity, I wrote to him a distinct profession of all those of my opinions which I knew he most disliked, he replied that the chief difference between us was that I was as yet consciously nothing of a mystic. I do not know at what period he gave up the expectation that I was destined to become one, but though both his and my opinions underwent in subsequent years considerable changes, we never approached much nearer to each other's modes of thought than we were in the first years of our acquaintance. I did not, however, deem myself a competent judge of Carlyle. I felt that he was a poet, and that I was not; that he was a man of intuition, which I was not; and that as such he not only saw many things long before me, which I could only, when they were pointed out to me, hobble after and prove, but that it was highly probable he could see many things which were not visible to me even after they were pointed out. I knew that I could not see round him, and could never be certain that I saw over him, and I never presumed to judge him with any definiteness until he was interpreted to me by one greatly the superior of both of us, who was more a poet than he, and more a thinker than I, whose own mind and nature included his, and infinitely more. Among the persons of intellect whom I had known of old, the one with whom I had now most points of agreement was the elder Austen. I have mentioned that he always set himself in opposition to early sectarians, and latterly he had, like myself, come under new influences. Having been appointed professor of jurisprudence in the London University, now College University, he had lived for some time at Bonn to study for his lectures, and the influence of German literature and of the German character and state of society had made a very perceptible change in his views of life. His personal disposition was much softened. He was less militant and polemic. His tastes had begun to turn themselves towards the poetic and contemplative. He attached much less importance than formerly to outward changes, unless accompanied by a better cultivation of the inward nature. He had a strong distaste for the general meanness of English life, the absence of enlarged thoughts and unselfish desires, the low objects on which the faculties of all classes of the English are intent. Even the kind of public interest which Englishmen care for, he held in very little esteem. He thought that there was more practical good government, and, which is true enough, infinitely more care for the education and mental improvement of all ranks of people under the Prussian monarchy than under the English representative government, and he held with the French economistes that the real security for good government is un peuple éclairé, which is not always the fruit of popular institutions, and which, if it could be had without them, would do their work better than they. Though he approved of the Reform Bill, he predicted what in fact occurred, that it would not produce the great immediate improvements in government which many expected from it. The men, he said, who could do these great things did not exist in the country. There were many points of sympathy between him and me, both in new opinions he had adopted and in the old ones which he retained. Like me, he never ceased to be a utilitarian, and, with all his love for the Germans and enjoyment of their literature, never became in the smallest degree reconciled to the innate principle metaphysics. He cultivated more and more a kind of German religion, a religion of poetry and feeling, with little, if anything, of positive dogma. While in politics, and here it was that I most differed with him, he acquired an indifference bordering on contempt for the progress of popular institutions, though he rejoiced in that of socialism as the most effectual means of compelling the powerful classes to educate the people, and to impress on them the only real means of permanently improving their material condition, a limitation of their numbers. Neither was he at this time fundamentally opposed to socialism in itself as an ultimate result of improvement. He professed great disrespect for what he called the universal principles of human nature of the political economists, and insisted on the evidence which history and daily experience afford of the extraordinary pliability of human nature, a phrase which I have somewhere borrowed from him. Nor did he think it is possible to set any positive bounds to the moral capabilities which might unfold themselves in mankind under an enlightened direction of social and educational influences. Whether he retained all these opinions to the end of life, I know not. Certainly the modes of thinking of his later years, and especially of his last publication, were much more Tory in their general character than those which he held at this time. My father's tone of thought and feeling I now felt myself at a great distance from, greater indeed than a full and calm explanation and reconsideration on both sides might have shown to exist in reality. But my father was not one with whom calm and full explanations on fundamental points of doctrine could be expected, at least with one whom he might consider as, in some sort, a deserter from his standard. Fortunately, we were almost always in strong agreement on the political questions of the day, which engrossed a large part of his interest and of his conversation. On those matters of opinion on which we differed, we talked little. He knew that the habit of thinking for myself, which his mode of education had fostered, sometimes led me to opinions different from his, and he perceived from time to time that I did not always tell him how different. I expected no good, but only pain to both of us, from discussing our differences, and I never expressed them but when he gave utterance to some opinion or feeling repugnant to mine, in a manner which would have made it disingenuous on my part to remain silent. It remains to speak of what I wrote during these years, which, independently of my contributions to newspapers, was considerable. In 1830 and 1831 I wrote the 5 essays since published under the title of Essays on Some Unsettled Questions of Political Economy, almost as they now stand, except that in 1833 I partially rewrote the 5th essay. They were written with no immediate purpose of publication, and when, some years later, I offered them to a publisher, he declined them. They were only printed in 1844, after the success of the System of Logic. I also resumed my speculations on this last subject, and puzzled myself, like others before me, with the great paradox of the discovery of new truths by general reasoning. As to the fact, there could be no doubt, as little could it be doubted, that all reasoning is resolvable into syllogisms. and that in every syllogism the conclusion is actually contained and implied in the premises. How, being so contained and implied, it could be new truth, and how the theorems of geometry, so different in appearance from the definitions and axioms, could be all contained in these, was a difficulty which no one, I thought, had sufficiently felt, and which, at all events, no one had succeeded in clearing up. The explanations offered by Whately and others, though they might give a temporary satisfaction, always in my mind left a mist still hanging over the subject. At last, when reading a second or third time the chapters on reasoning in the second volume of Dugald Stewart, interrogating myself on every point, and following out, as far as I knew how, every topic of thought which the book suggested, I came upon an idea of his respecting the use of axioms in ratiocination, which I did not remember to have before noticed, but which now, in meditating on it, seemed to me not only true of axioms, but of all general propositions whatever, and to be the key of the whole perplexity. From this germ grew the theory of the syllogism, propounded in the second book of the Logic, which I immediately fixed by writing it out, and now, with greatly increased hope of being able to produce a work on logic of some originality and value, I proceeded to write the first book, from the rough and imperfect draft I had already made. What I now wrote became the basis of that part of the subsequent treatise, except that it did not contain the theory of kinds, which was a later addition, suggested by otherwise inextricable difficulties which met me in my first attempt to work out the subject of some of the concluding chapters of the third book. At the point which I had now reached I made a halt, which lasted 5 years. I had come to the end of my tether. I could make nothing satisfactory of induction at this time. I continued to read any book which seemed to promise light on the subject, and appropriated, as well as I could, the results. But for a long time I found nothing which seemed to open to me any very important vein of meditation. In 1832 I wrote several papers for the first series of Tait's Magazine, and one for a quarterly periodical called The Jurist, which had been founded, and for a short time carried on, by a set of friends, all lawyers and law reformers, with several of whom I was acquainted. The paper in question is the one on the rights and duties of the state respecting corporation and church property, now standing first among the collected dissertations and discussions, where one of my articles in Tate, The Currency Juggle, also appears. In the whole mass of what I wrote previous to these, there is nothing of sufficient permanent value to justify reprinting. The paper in The Jurist, which I still think a very complete discussion of the rights of the state over foundations, showed both sides of my opinions, asserting as firmly as I should have done at any time the doctrine that all endowments are national property, which the government may and ought to control, but not, as I should once have done, condemning endowments in themselves, and proposing that they should be taken to pay off the national debt. On the contrary, I urged strenuously the importance of a provision for education, not dependent on the mere demand of the market, that is, on the knowledge and discernment of average parents, but calculated to establish and keep up a higher standard of instruction that is likely to be spontaneously demanded by the buyers of the article. All these opinions have been confirmed and strengthened by the whole of my subsequent reflections. End of Chapter 5, Part 3. Recording by Vicky Rands.